Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order at 6:05. Everybody's here except for Jordan. She's on her way, and Damien's excused. Announcements, Julia?
I just wanted to remind you that you've received a couple of memos via email over the past day and a half. The first one is titled Budget Meeting Number 1 Follow-Up. That was the one was emailed out last night. I did send a correction this morning, and actually in front of you is another correction because apparently we made some changes throughout the day, and the number didn't add up correctly, and so we re-looked at the table of proposed cuts, and you can see we've highlighted some additions that we put in there because when we initially did that, we had the full $60,000 for the tractor basically coming out of the general fund transfer, and that wasn't correct. So we had to redo this so we could get to the $300,000 request, and that's what's in front of you. It doesn't have a memo or anything like that. And then the second memo that was emailed out this afternoon is budget meeting number 1 follow-up memo number 2, I believe it's called, and that was basically just in response to questions that were received by committee members throughout the morning. So that's what's in front of you, and I think that's, and we have food. Don't forget, you're welcome to eat at any time. Any other announcements that we need to make? That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to approve the minutes from the May 13th Budget Committee meeting. So can I get a motion?
So moved. Second. Go ahead.
It doesn't have to motion?
Almost.
So, right. If we could get that on the record. Sorry.
All motion.
I'll second.
So, motion by Luke and seconded by David Giglio. For the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Oh, any discussion?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay, approved.
All those in favor?
All those
All in favor? Forgot that part.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, all those opposed?
Opposed?
Yeah, motion carries.
Motion carried.
There you go. All right.
Okay. Lance?
So, yeah, I think we're picking up where we left off, which was right after parks, I believe, unless there was still discussion on parks, but I think we finished that.
Are we ready to roll?
Ready to roll.
All right, I want to reiterate, unlike years past, we are looking at accomplishments and highlights from the last year and the ones that we're looking forward to this year. The budget is in your budget documents. I'm hoping you looked at that, and if you have any questions regarding that or the highlights that I'm going to present, please fire away when I'm done with that particular fund. The streets budget is on page 58 of your document. Budget. Okay, and we'll speak right into it. Okay. Streets, very 23-24. We bought a new street sweeper. We cleaned 1,192 lane miles of streets. We used about 19,000 pounds of asphalt cold mix in pothole repairs. We applied just about 4,800 gallons of dust control on our gravel streets. We completed 90% of the design of the roundabout at Chaff Road and Golf Club. The remainder, we budgeted an additional. It's not additional. We've got $50,000 budgeted in this year's budget, but that is just a carryover of last year's budget. We're not budgeting more money for it. That was approved last year, and we're just carrying it over. And we're at 90%, over 90%, and we're expecting 100% plans here in the next 2 weeks. So that is just about done. We also will be slurry sealing streets in Westtown. We had a pre-con on Monday. They'll be slurry sealing those streets in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We have a pavement overlay on Ida Street. We had a pre-con a week and a half ago. They will be starting that within the next week and a half. And we actually did an overlay on Douglas Street and added a water line last year. For 24-25, our highlights will be continued street swiping, pothole repairs, graveling, dust control on streets. We're going to perform street reconstruction design. We haven't figured out what street that is. We're in the process of determining what that methodology is going to be for determining what streets we're going to do reconstruction on, pavement overlays, and slurry seals in the future. We'll be working on that in the next couple of months. Actually, we're working on it now. We just haven't rolled it out yet, and we're working with council on that methodology. With that, I'll answer any questions you have regarding streets.
And then just as a reminder, the street fund budget is on page 61 of your budget book.
Chair, can I? Oh, I forgot. I gotta go do this.
Steve? I can't call him Kelson.
So on the, I was looking at the capital outlay, Lance. So really, there's only 150,000 budgeted for that, for very poor streets. And this is just a design, that's not even construction, correct? So no new construction basically on poor, very poor streets.
That's not true.
That's not true?
No, that's not true. What I would like to say is we're budgeting $650,000. We haven't determined how we're going to go about selecting streets yet, and that's what we're working on with the council. And Julia and our staff have been working on the process, and we're bringing that before council for them to review and approve. We'll also be going out with a messaging to our citizens so they're aware and they have an opportunity to comment on this process. It's going to be an open book, and by the time we're done with this process, we'll have a methodology that I think everybody can be on board with, at least partially. We're not going to please everybody, but at that point we're going to determine how we're going to select streets. Are we going to do reconstructs? Are we going to do overlays? It really depends on the dollars that we're given.
And just a clarification, it's 750,000, so there's 600,000 listed for street reconstruction or pavement overlays, and then the 150,000 for like a design of a full reconstruct. So that's where it's the $750,000 for capital.
Thank you for that, Julia. So one thing you need to be aware of,
700.
and I know it's, you see what we have done in the past, since I've been here anyway, 9 years. All we've done is mill and overlays. You don't need a design for a mill and overlay. You don't. You do a reconstruct, you need a design, and that takes money to design, and it takes time. It's a 9-month process, maybe a year process, just to design a reconstructed road, because there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just milling down the asphalt, it's digging the road up probably 16 to 18 inches down, replacing all the rock, and then any utilities that we find that we need to design those as well. And so it's a process, and that's why we have 150,000 budgeted for that. We don't know the street yet. We will know the street when we go through the street methodology process.
So the capital outlay should be 750 on the street fund budget, not 800,000?
I don't have it in front of me.
So in your budget book, so if you look at page 62 of the budget book, there's 3 things listed under capital outlay. Street reconstruction or pavement overlays is 600,000. The remainder for the roundabout, which is 50,000. Design of selected very poor street that requires reconstruction is 150,000. So the total is
Okay.
800,000.
All right, that now the light's on. Thanks. There you go.
Lance, I think I answered my own question just now, but I want to make sure. So perform street reconstruction in 2025. And then if you look, design of selected very poor street that requires reconstruction is 150,000. Does that mean only one street will be reconstructed?
What that means is, again, we do not know how we're going to select the street to be milled and overlaid or reconstructed. Once we go through the process with the city council of making sure our methodology is what the city council wants, then we will select several streets and for reconstruction so we can have that designed.
Okay, so the 150,000 is not going to be just one street.
No, that's one street for a reconstruct. That's just the design itself. That's what it costs. This is a big surprise because we've never done it here, but that's what it's gonna cost. And that's gonna be for sanitary sewer, water. I mean, it might be an overestimate depending on what kind of utilities we have in that street that needs to be done, but you're talking about sidewalks, you're talking about curbs, you're talking about streets. Most of our streets for a local road are 34 feet wide. You can go anywhere in Westtown or anywhere in our old neighborhood, you don't have 34-foot wide streets. You have about 18. So that means we're expanding that street by 16 feet or so. Building curbs on both sides, sidewalks on both sides, and then any utilities in the road that need to be replaced or upsized.
And that's $150,000 for one street design.
Absolutely, just
So-
one street.
And that's what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Lance, can you describe, so we're going to be doing Ida Street, which is going to be 4 blocks. Some of it's going to be mill and overlay, some of it's going to be reconstruction. Can you discuss that and just sort of like what the design costs were and what the
Well, the design
construction.
costs, we did that in-house, because
Okay.
I'm an engineer and I had enough time to do that. But what I would suggest that members of the budget committee and the council do when we start this project, first through third is gonna be just a mill and overlay, okay? They're just gonna go mill through the asphalt, and they're gonna bring up new asphalt. From third to fourth, we're digging that whole road out, and we're gonna be going down probably 18 inches to 20 inches, digging up all the old base section, because that's why it's failing. The base rock is failing. And so everything on top of that just begins to crumble. So you've gotta dig that base rock out, put new rock down, and then overlay. We're also putting curbs in on both sides. We're gonna complete the sidewalk on both sides from third to fourth. So I would suggest that the council and the budget committee go look at that when it's going on. But yes, to answer your question, I'm not sure I answered your question, but $150,000 is a budgeted amount to design a very poor street. That's correct.
Right, and I guess that's what I'm getting at. Maybe I'm missing it, but if you only have $150,000 per redesign, that's only one street, correct?
For the redesign.
But
yeah.
then you have $600,000 that's
Okay.
going to go towards the mill and overlay.
I get it, but for redesigning a street that's in very poor condition, we're only gonna do one street next year, because that's all the money we have to do the redesign.
That's all we have. If you want to give me more money, I'll do more than one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just as a reminder, the fee schedule we proposed was to raise the street fee to $8, and we, after consideration by the council, that was removed. So this budget, I know you asked for 2 scenarios for a budget, but we could only present one, so we presented it at the original $4 for a single family.
But, yes, but this also, this budget cuts into the unappropriated, so this isn't what we are doing because of the $4 street fee. We're proposing to increase the funding for capital projects by taking more money out of the unappropriated. So, just if you look at the capital outlay from 22 and 23, we're, more than doubling what we have done in the past. And certainly, as Lance said, it's council and the budget committee's discretion to allocate more from the unappropriated if you want to. We just can't, until we go through the process of identifying the methodology and how we select streets, we can't tell you exactly what streets are going to be done through this process. We can just tell you how much money we recommend be allocated towards street construction and reconstruction. Brent?
One of the things that's been mentioned to me before when I've inquired about streets is the impact with the Santiam Water Control District Memorandum of Understanding. Can you elaborate if and how that affects this $150,000 design, or any impact as far as streets go moving forward? I've heard you mention sidewalks, curbs, and everything, but I haven't heard any mention of any other standards or requirements that we have to deal with the Santiam Water Control District. And if that gets to be a problem, why can't we open up that agreement and seek to have it modified, knowing full well the impact to the city going forward as far as expense to deal with that?
I will be happy to answer everything except for the possibilities of opening the memo of understanding up. I will leave that to the city council, the city manager, and our city attorney. What I will say is this. You're absolutely right. Any kind of street we do, especially in the old town, which is the very poor streets, they're all rock. They're basically rock. And they're very narrow roads. We have design standards, again, for a local road that needs to be 34 feet wide, from face of curb to face of curb. So all that impervious area in between there, we've got to capture. Let me just keep going. I'm not going to go there yet. We've got 34 feet from face of curb to face of curb. Half a foot of curb, another 5 feet of sidewalk on either side. So most of that is all new impervious area. So anytime you have impervious area and the rain comes, hits that impervious area, the water just sheds, okay, which is why we put curbs there. And which is why when we do a street that we have to put storm drainage in, because we can't just let that water go off into people's properties, because then we're getting phone calls that you're flooding my house out that wasn't there before. So we put storm drains in the road to capture that water via catch basins. What we'll be doing, I believe, in the near future is we'll be looking at doing more green type water quality and detention, meaning planters along the roads, maybe kick out the curb at the intersection and build a planter so we can capture that stormwater runoff, and we put it in the planter and we treat it, water quality, and we detain it so that water doesn't make it to the water control district's lands. That's how we'll mitigate that. But that every street that's old, that's not 34 feet currently, we'll be having to address that and in our design. And that's part of the 150,000. We'll be looking at that type of.
So drainage won't necessarily be a problem.
Drainage is always a problem. That's why they hire engineers.
Well, I didn't hear you mention drainage.
Well, drainage is stormwater. Stormwater is drainage, excuse me. I'm an engineer, been a long time, so it's just synonymous with stormwater and drainage. That's kind of what it is.
But there's various ways to handle it.
Yes, there is. One thing I will say, though, in 2013, when we adopted the Memo of Understanding with the Water Control District, that one of the conditions of the Memo of Understanding is the City of Stayton adopted the City of Portland stormwater management policy, which is what our hands are tied with. And so they're more stringent than everybody around us. And
Well,
so,
anybody that's ever looked knows how well Portland handles it. The minute they have too much rain, they open their big pipe and flush it into the Willamette.
that's a completely different issue, but I understand, yes.
Ben?
Thank you, Chair. Lance, can you confirm or correct me, but part of the reason we've asked for the additional civil engineers to potentially perform some of this design work in-house and potentially not have to hire out this design work to an outside firm?
Yes, that is the hope, that we will be doing some of that. That's correct. When you get bigger projects like that, it's still not going to be feasible for us to do it, all of that in-house. I used to be an engineer at a consulting firm for a long, long time. Design of a reconstructed road is no small feat. I would not want to put one person on that, because that's all they'd be doing is consumed with that one project. So depending on the project, absolutely. They'll be doing a lot of project management. Right now, I'm the only PE we have in this city. We've got $10 million worth of projects coming up. I don't have the bandwidth to monitor each one of those projects. I just don't, and then run the department. So that's why I need that additional help.
Understood. Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if this is the time to have the conversation around, because we talked about the grants, sorry, not the grants, the bond option being something that was not advised by the FCS group. We're talking about moving some of that money over. And I was wondering if and this would be more of a question for the Budget Committee, and if this is the right time to have that conversation, just kind of getting a general, or do we want to finish out the rest of the budget and then circle back around to that discussion?
I didn't say we finished, but that's just me.
So finish the rest of the discussion, then circle back around to the questions of the bond and then this thing. All right, that sounds good. Then I don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay. Len?
I understand the reconstruction. I understand what you have to cover and everything else. Doing a lot of driving recently through the Old Town areas. Little worried that some of the streets are not going to go the 34 feet you're talking about. I mean, when widening out, I'm not seeing the room. So does that have to go into like a redesign? I know it's a hokey question to a point.
No, I'm letting you finish your question and I'll answer.
That was basically it. How do you make it fit?
Well, here's how we make it fit. It's unfortunate, but every right-of-way in this city is a 60-foot right-of-way, regardless of what the width of the street is in front of your house. It's a 60-foot right-of-way. So we expand it, and people are going to lose front yards that they think that are own front yards. But when you actually look at where the property lines are, they're up closer to their houses. And that's how it's done.
Okay, and then that includes old sidewalks may have to go?
They will go.
Okay.
If they don't meet our current design standards and they're not safe or they're unsafe, we will replace them.
Okay, I saw some that had sidewalks, and then on the other side of the street, there isn't a sidewalk.
Some curved, some not curved, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. David?
Why, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask you real quick, Lance, point of clarification, and we can definitely get into the weeds on this later. I think I heard you say something about us taking front yards from folks. So I'm thinking like 7th and 6th and those areas over there, those are extremely tiny roads. So if I'm understanding you correctly, we may have to absorb part of that?
I don't have a map here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I could show you very easily. What I'm saying is, I don't know what width the streets are that you're talking about. I'd have to go out there and measure how wide the gravel is. I'd have to see where it's aligned in that right-of-way. A lot of streets we have here are not centered in the right-of-way. They might be over 5-8 feet from the right-of-way. They're not centered. And so what I'm saying is that most of those streets, if not all of them, have the proper 60-foot right-of-way already, okay? And then they got the setback to the front of the home, okay? That setback should be about 20 feet. Sometimes they're a little less. But that 60 foot is there already. And inside that 60 foot, you've got 30 feet from the center line, okay? That's to the right-of-way. That's city property right now, okay? So we're not taking land. What we'll be doing, people may think they own that property, but that's city right-of-way, okay? So when we go build a new street, like I said, 60-foot right-of-way, let's just look at half of it. Half of that is 30, right? Half of 60 is 30 feet. We're going to 17 over from that center line is where the curb will be. Another 5.5 feet is where the sidewalk's going to be, okay? And then after that is where we have buffer between the homeowner's property and their house. So everything will fit within that 60 feet.
Okay. Sounds like this engineering thing is going to be extremely important. So thank you for explaining all that to me.
There'll be
Appreciate it.
what I'd like to say is when I say engineering, it's all full encompasses probably a geotechnical engineer. Surveying is very important when you get into old towns like this because they got to go find property irons. That's the only way to lay a road out in a reconstruct. They need to find the property irons. So we're building the road and designing the road in the proper location. So that's part of the cost of that 150.
From my understanding, the sidewalks in front of my house are mine and my responsibility to maintain. Would they also be, if my house were on a street that were getting reconstructed, would I be responsible for the curbs and sidewalks?
No.
Okay.
What I'll say, let me
Yeah, go ahead.
The code says property owners are responsible for up to the curb with the sidewalk, the street trees, the land in between the curb and the sidewalk where your planter strip. The property owner is responsible for maintaining that. You don't own it.
Okay.
You just maintain it. And that's what the code says. If we were to come in and redo Luke's road. If your sidewalk is out of compliance, the city's footing the bill, they're building a new sidewalk. That's just the way it is. We're not gonna ask you to do it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. I just had a really quick question. I just wanted to double check, and I'm sure that this is probably an obvious question. Just those design standards that we're following, are those from the MOU, or are those from like state law, or are those from more our own ordinance and code?
Well, I'm going to, I believe you're talking about the stormwater standards.
No, I'm talking about the just what you said about the length of streets, like the width of streets,
We have our
that
own-
kind of stuff.
We have our own design standards that we've developed in-house. They've been here for 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
What we do follow, I'll finish on that real quick. So.
Yeah.
What we are required to follow for our stormwater management due to the MOU is the City of Portland Stormwater Management Manual. We have to follow that City of Portland standard.
But would it be possible? So like, is there in theory more flexibility on like the width of streets than there is on the stormwater piece?
What I would say is it really depends on what the council wants to do. If I'm instructed by the city council to go design, have a smaller, narrow width street design so we can use it, that's what I do, because I work at the behest of Julia and the city council. Let me just finish.
No, that's great. That's great.
When I started this job back in the mid-'80s designing things, there were, and Julia can probably attest to that, there were streets they're just called skinny streets, because everybody they didn't want all the pavement.
Mm-hmm.
And then as we got older, when we started building subdivisions, everybody wanted the wide streets so they could park out in front. But when I started, it's not unheard of to have 20-foot streets.
Yeah.
Okay? Not 34, 20 foot. But then you have places and cities that have 50-foot wide streets. So it really depends on the temperature of the city or the county that you reside. And again, our current standards are 34-foot wide. That's the minimum road we can build. But again, if the city council directs me to do something different, we'll look at that.
And
No,
also, I
sorry.
just want to add that it's also based on our transportation system plan, so it's not just council telling Lance to do something different. We would need to modify our transportation system plan and standards. And it is something that you just don't do on a whim, because there's other impacts. There's parking, fire,
Absolutely.
fire access, that kind of stuff. And so it's certainly something that could be discussed, absolutely, but it's not something we just want to make quickly.
It's not something I'm going back to my office doing, let's just make it 20 feet now, and everybody, woohoo, and magic, it's done. It's a process. It's not going to happen overnight.
No, that's very helpful, and I completely understand that. I was just wanting clarity as to actually, because some things are more mandated and some things are more outside of our control, like the MOU, and I understand it would not be a simple process. We would want to factor in all the details, look at the very specific streets of that details, but it is just helpful to know that particular piece we may have some more flexibility under if that was something we were choosing to pursue. So thank you, Lance.
Okay.
Are we moving on?
We're moving on. You may continue.
Thank you. We're in the water fund. 23-24 highlights. We started the design of Phase 1, Aquifer Storage and Recovery System project. We installed a new 8-inch water line and new water services on Douglas Avenue, which was much needed. We had a 4-inch line out there. We now have an 8-inch line where we actually fight fires with. We're going to be installing a new 10-inch water line and new water services on Ida Street from 1st to 4th. Again, that's our downtown corridor. Right now we have like a 4-inch line. It's very tough to fight fires with a 4-inch line. This is a master plan project. We'll be building that here shortly. 24-25, construct 16-inch water line on Shaft Road as Phase 1 ASR project. Again, this is the secondary water source. This is the first phase of that, building that water line down to where Kendall Way is so we can start building that ASR facility this next year. Install security fence around Regis water tank. Right now, Regis water tank sits there. There is no security at all. Since I've been here, I've gone up there and neighbors are building fires on our property, burning their debris. We can't have that. so we're going to secure that facility. Rebuild pond, these are, the last two are basically, these are water treatment plant projects, capital projects, to make sure our water treatment plant can supply water to our citizens. And with that, again, I'll answer any questions you have about the water system.
Jonathan?
Lance, could you explain a little bit more about what this ASR project is and what it's going to do for the city?
Sure. The ASR is something that I know I've been working on for at least 3.5, 4 years. The city, unfortunately, when I got here, we only have one source of water, and that's this North Santiam River. And in the first 2 or 3 years I was here, we had 3 incidents where we couldn't pull water out of it. We had the algae incident, where there was algae coming from Detroit. Salem had to shut down their entire water supply. We were fortunate we did not have to. We had 2 fuel spills that came down, and we had to shut our water treatment plant down. At that point, we decided we wanted to look into perhaps getting a secondary water source. So we actually went out and we got 2 grants from the OWRD, the Oregon Water Resources Department, to do some feasibility studies. We looked at different scenarios in different locations of our city to see what would work for us. We found that an aquifer storage and recovery system at the Mill Creek Park site works. We can draw over 1 million gallons a day from that facility, which will help supplement water we need on a sunny day or a summer day, or if we have something come down to North Santiam where we can't get water from it. We'll be able to treat we'll have to have some sort of mediation with our citizens. They may not get their normal water, but they're not going without water, and that's key, you know. 1.2, 1.3 million gallons a day for our citizens. Normally, in a winter day, we're drawing anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million. So we're good in the wintertime. Summertime, sometimes we're upwards of 6 million gallons. So it's not going to do, and that's because, you know, you're watering your lawn, you're washing cars. We may have to curtail that if we have a problem in the summertime. But people aren't going to go without water. And so the city applied for another grant from the OWRD. It started out being a $4.5 million project when we applied. We received $3.8 million in a grant to design this. And right now we're about 95% done with the design for phase 1. We're going to go out for construction documents here in the next month, and we'll be building that first phase this summer. So it's an alternate supply. It's a secondary water source for the city.
Thanks.
Lance, can you tell me how far out Golf Club Road the water line goes?
Whew. Oh, excuse me. I think it goes just north of the trailer park and it stops.
Okay, and is that
right
on
there.
the east or west side of Golf Club Road?
It's going to be on the east side, and it actually, excuse me, Brent, I apologize. We had the 100-unit apartment complex there. We had them build that new line out to their property line. So that is the terminus of the water line.
Is that on the north end?
It's on the north end of their property, west side of the road. I'm sorry, east side of the road.
East.
Opposite side, yeah. That's where the water line sits.
But it's on the north end of the new apartment
That's
property?
correct.
Okay.
We can only ask them to build to their property line, and that's a standard that we have. David was talking about standards. That's a standard we have in our design standards. If you're going to develop, you're going to extend all the utilities in the road to your property line.
Thank you.
We ready? Thank you. So the wastewater. We replaced and installed a new turbo blower down at the wastewater treatment plant. That was a master plan priority, very much needed. We designed and constructed phase 1 of the Ida Street Sanitary Sewer 30-inch trunk line project. That was completed in January. We also did a mixing zone study down at the wastewater treatment plant. That was a product of our MPDS permit requirements. We've completed that. And we just started design and construction of phase 2 of the Ida Street Sanitary Sewer Project. We have a contractor. I brought that to council maybe a week ago. We'll be meeting with them in the coming weeks to get a start date on that. So for 24-25, our highlights would look like this right now. We have a lot going on. I think this would be expanded by probably 2 or 3 more projects by the time fall rolls around. But for now, this is what we have. Post-SBR equalization, that is something at the wastewater treatment plant. That will expand our capabilities of treating high flows in the wintertime. We have issues with I&I. Everybody knows, well, not everybody. We have issues with I&I. A lot of inflow from...
I&I is inflow and infiltration, correct?
Yes, yes. So basically, this is groundwater and illegal connections from homeowners. Their drains and things like that go into the sewer. That's illegal. We try to remedy that, and we try to find it. We try to eliminate it, but we don't get all of it. Infiltration is from groundwater. We have high groundwater here in Stayton. It enters our poor lines, and it maxes. It can increase our capacity of a sewer line by 75–80%. So that is one of the reasons why we're replacing this Ida Street line, because we have so much I&I in this corridor. We're also going to be 2.4 master plan project. We were awarded that by the state.
Through Senate Bill
1305, was it?
1530?
I don't have the number, but our great
1530.
And this is a master plan project that will extend that Ida Street line east to First Avenue, and from First Avenue to Marion, and Marion to 6th. And what that'll do is that'll open up development for our entire east side, and we will be able to actually allow people to develop whatever property they have. We have developers interested in some of the vacant land out there. They want to build affordable housing. They want to build housing. Right now, I can't allow them to do it because we don't have capacity in the line. So that will open up development. It's very key to development. And priority 2.3 project is a line that will extend north from Evergreen, or basically the Salem ditch where it is on Evergreen. It will go north, east, up Douglas, and up to First Avenue. There's 3 manholes up there right now that currently our model shows that they overflow. We're going to build that, and that's going to be done. We'll be done with no overflow. We'll be able to open up that basin there, which includes NORPAC, the north parking lot, and they'll be able to develop that land and have a place to go with their sewer. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have for wastewater.
Thank you. Lance, this is actually going back to our discussion on the water budget. I wasn't able to get it before we moved. So how are those water projects? I was thinking about, with all of these new apartments, we have 172 units, if I'm recalling the number correctly. Are these projects based on adapting to that growing demand for water the city is having? Have you factored that into what you're thinking and planning to do? I guess this would also go for the wastewater as well.
It really depends on the project we're talking about. If we're talking about a master plan project, and when we do a master plan, let's just say it's a water master plan. We'll be doing a water master plan in the coming year or 2. We just performed our wastewater master plan. It was adopted in February of 21. When we look at a master plan, we're looking at the growth for the next 20 years. And then what we do is we use like the Portland State model. They have a growth data model that we use. And at the time, it was like 0.8, what was it? Julia, you're the planner. It was 0.8. Anyway, basically, we were looking at about 580 people, our homes in this community that we'd build over 20 years. And what we do is we take that data, we put it into our model in areas where we think that development's going to occur, and then we model the flows, what the sewer lines look like. And with that, we can establish how big that line needs to be, okay? That's how we did the Ida Street line. But before we built the Ida Street line, I had them go look at a 50-year because I didn't want to build it twice in 10 years. I didn't want to have to go and build another line down Ida Street. So I had them look at the size of line that we're building currently. How far are we going to be building that line? So I had a model, instead of the 20, I had a model of the 50-year plan, and it showed that that line only had to extend, we had to increase the size of it for like 200 feet, which we did, and everything else will work for a 50-year event. So that's how we kind of do it, and that's the same thing for a water. We'll be looking at growth rates, where development's going to occur, and that'll tell us, project how much water we're going to need, how big of pipes we're going to need to serve those folks, and then we forecast how we're going to do it.
Okay, so it's years to get long term, even if it doesn't fit.
Yeah. Where we at? Stormwater? All right. Stormwater is one of our weaker funds. I'll just say that. We spent $31,000 for an annual fee to the Santiam Water Control District for the use of the Salem ditches and their ditches, so we can move our stormwater through town. We upgrades the Ida Street Sewer Project. We're going to be upgrading the storm system downtown. As you know, if you walk downtown, especially at 3rd Avenue, where my office is, wintertime it just floods. There's no drainage at all going on. So we're going to be upgrading all the drainage system along First Avenue, or from 1st Avenue to 4th Avenue, so we have some drainage going on and people can walk and not have to step in puddles. Every year we have to supply a report to the Department of Environmental Quality. It's called a TMDL report, and last year we did a 5-year report. So we'll be performing an annual report this year, and we started the Stormwater Master Plan, which is very important. This is going to tie in with the Water Control District, and we're going to try to figure out what we actually need for infrastructure to treat our town. The last Stormwater Master Plan that was done was in 04, and it was adopted in 06. But again, they assumed a growth rate of 3.5%. And it was really only about 0.8%. So they have a lot of projects on there that need to be done, and a lot of capacity issues in their pipes that we probably don't need. So instead of the 42-inch pipe they show, or I think they show two 36-inch pipes going down Regis Street. I'm guessing that's going to probably half. So it's only going to benefit us. I think some of our Stormwater Master Plan, our Stormwater SDC fees will probably go down a little bit. We won't know until we're done, but that's something we're going to be doing. We started last year, we're going to be completing it this year. It's a little over a year process. We're also installing piezometers in the ground, which are basically groundwater monitoring wells. We're going to establish those all over the city, so we can try to help not only ourselves, but our developer friends when they come in to do development. We'll know what they have to design for their stormwater management facilities. We won't have to wait a year for them to install piezometers. We'll be able to tell them what the groundwater looks like in that location, and they can go full steam ahead on their design instead of waiting a year and a half. 24-25 highlights. Currently, we are under contract with AKS Engineering and Forestry. They are looking at, we received a grant from Business Oregon of about $95,000 for planning and design of a stormwater facility in the industrial area, which is southwest of Wilco and Schaff, the big open land there. Much like the roundabout, you're not going to find a developer that's going to come and build anything in that property if they've got to spend all their money on stormwater infrastructure, because that's what they'd have to do. No one's going to come to Stayton and do that when they can go somewhere else and do it. So what we do, we're trying to be proactive and go out and get grants and loans so we can design it and build it on grant and loan dollars, so we can invite people in to build their businesses, employ our citizens. And so this is one of the first steps. We are under that design. That design should be complete in August. We also have received another $1.9 million from the feds to actually construct that facility. So hopefully within the next year, we'll have a regional facility out there in that location, and that'll be very inviting for business owners to come in and bring their business to Stayton, and they'll have a place to put their stormwater, and they'll be paying for their share, because we're going to do that. But at least it'll be there. They won't have to wait a year and a half, 2 years to get it built, designed and built. It's there. Most developers in my line of work, when I was a consultant, they're fine with writing a check. They're not fine, but they'll write a check. What they don't want to do is they don't want to wait a year and a half to do it. They want to go, and they want to get going now. And so if we can provide that access and make it easy for them, I think we can get that place developed, and we can bring some much needed work to our city. Where are we at here? Storm drainage catch basin upgrades to the selected streets we come up with. Again, we're going through that process to determine how we're going to select streets for paving, mill and overlay, and reconstruct. Once we do that, I think I've allotted $250,000 for each street for upgrading our stormwater infrastructure, because we have very little stormwater infrastructure or storm drainage infrastructure in any of our streets. Very little. And what we do have is it doesn't have the capacity. So when we're doing streets, we want to try to upgrade those. The TMDL load, that's an annual plan that I have to do. Goes to DEQ. They look at it very closely. They set a lot of our standards based on that. So it's important that we do that and we do it accurately. And then construction of the stormwater management facility at Wilco Road. I just talked about that. Julia and I and James met with the feds just last week. We know the process. I've reached out to our consultant, and they know they're looking at the federal documentation now to make sure that we're addressing all their requirements and their needs. So it's gonna go full steam ahead, and we build this thing in the next couple of years, and we can start trying to get businesses. With that, I'll have any questions that you have. I'll answer any questions you have.
What's that stormwater management facility going to look like? Is that a building? Is that underground construction?
So, we have high groundwater. I think I've said it a few times now. It's going to be a surface facility. It's going to be much like we have down at Kendall Way. We're just going to excavate dirt as deep as we can do it before we hit groundwater, and it's going to be wide. It's going to be big. It's going to be big, but it's only going to be serving for that industrial area. That's the key. It's only going to be for the industrial area. So if you look at that property, what was it, 60 acres right now? If you 80? All right, I'll take Julia's word. It's 80 acres. Any kind of industrial or commercial business that comes in, they're 85, 90% impervious area. Right now it's farmland. We've got to hold that back. We've got to hold it and detain it. And that's why it's going to take a big area to do that. And that's why, and we don't know how big an area it is until we do go through the feasibility, not the feasibility, but the design itself, the planning and the design. Once we go through that, we'll know how big it is, need to be in July and August. Then we go out and we start trying to purchase land down there. That's the process. It'll be a surface facility though, Luke.
And it'll look a lot like the one on Kendall Way, basically?
Yeah, it
Okay.
won't be as deep, I don't believe. I could be wrong. Don't hold me to that.
Okay, I've seen the ones on Kendall Way, so I know how, the one that would go out there, just be a lot bigger, and you put it in a corner? I'm just trying to envision it a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you this. We have a pond out there already.
Okay,
There's a big irrigation pond out there. Just drive down Shaft Road and you'll see it. It's on your left side. There's already a pond down there.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was nothing but a bass pond. Seriously?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's in there or not. I'm just telling you there's a pond down there.
Yes, there is.
And we don't know. We're going to the engineer's coming back with alternatives. Where that's going to be placed, my guess is probably going to be in the north corner. It might just parallel the Salem ditch also. It might just be over 100 feet. It might just be the full length, and it might just meander along the Salem ditch.
Okay.
I don't know until we know how much we need to detain. And then we'll start working with configurations.
See, because in my head, I think facility, I think building, and it's like, no, it could be anything. So I'm just trying to envision about what that would be and such like that, and still allow quite a bit of room for someone to be able to develop out there.
That is the key. We want to make most
Okay.
of that land available for buildings.
Thank you very
and
much.
Parking and whatever else they need.
Thank you, Chair. I actually don't have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you. I think that this is really, really good stuff overall, and I want to say I think I was in the wrong on the roundabout last year because there's really that news coming in from the feds. I think is really exciting, and I want to thank Councilor Patty for helping push that last year and go against what I was going to say. So overall, I just want to say I am excited and encouraged by this news and by the news that we're getting on these grants and all the work that's going into this. So yeah, that's all.
Can I elaborate on that, because I don't think everybody knows what that means. So it's not definite yet, but so the regional stormwater facility here, we got a congressional earmark essentially last year for that construction, and then our Congresswoman, we are hearing, is forwarding 2 projects as congressional earmarks for us. One would be the roundabout, and the other would be towards sanitary sewer force main near Jetter's Way.
Down Jetter's Way.
So that's so the council is aware of that. It's not done yet, but it's very exciting. Generally, what we hear is that because Congress is limited to a certain number of earmarks, it's more likely that their earmarks that they forward get funded. And so we're feeling very positive about that. So for the Budget Committee, that's what Councilor David Giglio, Member Giglio, in the know because of his counselorness, is speaking to.
All right, moving on to something near and dear to my heart, Public Works Administration. Certainly.
So I was hearing things from the community, as we do, and people were questioning why we are putting a roundabout at that intersection rather than a stoplight. Their concern was specifically having the larger trucks that are coming off of all of the industrial sections on Wilco Road going through that intersection on the roundabout.
All right, well, this is an easy answer for me because I am an engineer. What I would suggest you do is you go look at the YouTube video we have of the roundabout. We actually have had a rodeo, we called it the truck rodeo, 2 summers ago, where we laid out the roundabout at the bus barn. And we invited every truck in this community and the surrounding community, every farm equipment in the surrounding community and this community to come through, and every one of them drove through that with no problem. In fact, there's a video of a truck that extended, it's an extension truck. It was 150 feet, no, it was 104 feet long. Drove right around that thing and left. So as far as maneuverability, it's not even close. Well, it's on YouTube. I think there's.
I will make sure that you get a link.
I think there's a link. I think there's a link. There's a link somewhere on our website. Yes, it's
and we do have a page on our website with information about the roundabout. We're still building it out to be more thorough. I think that we have the link on there. I'm not 100% positive.
I think there's a link there somewhere because it might be on in Public Works. I could send it to you.
I'll get it out to the entire committee. And I'll also just note, sorry, Lance, you may have been about to say this. So trucks, it's being designed so that all trucks can go through it. The reason why so the transportation system plan evaluated a signal versus a roundabout. Because of the alignment of the roads, a signal would require a lot of right-of-way acquisition in order to have the road aligned geometrically, right? And so it actually was no more expensive to build a roundabout than to build the signal, and then you don't have the maintenance issues and those types of things with a roundabout that you would have with a signal. So that's the That's the why.
We just had a conversation about here this. I'm very proud. She was listening today. We had a meeting today with our transportation plan, and they talked about that exactly. The reason why we went with the roundabout was because the cost was so similar, and the Golf Club Road interchange, there was an offset there. And in order to straighten that out for a 45-mile-an-hour vehicle, which is what we have on Golf Court, we would have been purchasing a lot of land there at the corner, which would prevent development from occurring. So the roundabout was basically the same price, so we went with the roundabout, and in the future, the maintenance costs are much less.
That's good to know, so when I get those questions, we'll discuss them.
I was just going to comment on the rodeo.
You went through it, Luke.
I went through it. They had, I have a tow truck, so it's not long, but it's still not short. They had drones out. They were, when you were going through it, it wasn't just, oh, see how well you go through it. They had drones flying over you, measuring where you were at in relation to the cones and the curbs and the sidewalks. So it wasn't just showing us how well it works, it was them taking information as to how well, what adjustments they might need to make here or there.
That's a very good point, Luke. We did actually use some of that data from one of the combines from the farmers there. He had a huge combine. It's just huge. I looked at it when he came driving in. I'm like, oh, great, this is not going to be good. He made it all the way around except for his exit. And his exit, he clipped a sandbag, which is actually just the internal curb of the roundabout, and you drive up on those anyway. But what we ended up doing, since he did that, is we adjusted that and made it a little wider for the main landing. And so it did affect our design. And so it came out to be it was a great show. Everybody that went through it, I didn't hear one negative comment from any of the people that came through it. We invited Marion County, the fire district came with all their rigs, and everybody was in support of it, the layout, anyway. Any other questions? All right, moving on to Public Works Administration. 23-24 highlights. I want to say that the Public Works Administration, there's 3 of us. Well, there's 4 of us, excuse me. There's 2 engineering techs and myself, and an office specialist. And so the work that's gone on, I show here, is we're spreading it out over 3-4 people. It's a lot of work, which is one of the reasons I'm asking for a civil engineer to help me, because I don't have the time to do everything and run a department as well as I think I should be. Anyway, Shaft Road Golf Club Roundabout Design Project Management, Ida Street Phase 1 Sanitary Sewer Design and Construction Project Management, Douglas Street Waterline Design and Contract Administration, the Wyatt Street Improvement Design, Project Management, the annual TMDL report, the Aquifer Storage and Recovery System grant application and the project management, the utility rate study, project management, the right-of-way, site development, and any development that occurs in this town, anything, comes through my office, and we've got to review it to make sure it's meeting our standards and you guys aren't getting gypped out of your dollars. Which I will say in the past had happened. Structural, all the building permits, all the mechanical permits run through my office. And so we accomplish a lot of stuff for the manpower that we have. And I'd like to give kudos to my staff for that. 24-25 highlights. We're going to finish the Golf Club Road. I think I said we're real close to the 100% plans. They'll probably be done before July 1, perhaps a little bit later than that. Shaft Road 16-inch waterline design and construction. That, again, the finishing plans are being done now. It may run into July 1, but we'll be building it this summer. Ida Street 10-inch water line, it's been designed. We'll be building it, and I've been assured that it'll be done this fiscal year, but I put it on here. I didn't know that until after I'd done this. Stormwater facilities master plan update, that's going to be ongoing for the next 16 months, which requires at least 2 of my staff, sometimes more. If I need to get field work done, I need to ask my staff to go out to the field work and survey and do that kind of thing. So they're pulling them from other jobs they'd normally do to go out and to support the master plan. Sanitary Sewer Master Plan Priority 2.4, I talked about that already. We're starting the design. When you're doing a design with a consultant, you don't just let a consultant run with it. You have to manage them. You have to let them know what your needs are here as a community, and they need to know what our community's like. So you work with them. It's a process. It takes time as well. Same thing with the Master Plan Project 2.1. Wilco Road Industrial Area Stormwater Management Planning, Engineering Project, we just talked about that, and the city facilities rental, we continue to run with that show as well. And I think all my folks do a very good job with that. With that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
And I guess while we wait for questions, or if there aren't any questions, I just want to say, and I mentioned this, I think, in my budget narrative last year, that the Public Works Department they do a lot of work with very little staff. Amazing work, and I can't believe that Lance can do all the work he does as engineer project manager. And then he also, by the way, manages the people at the wastewater treatment plant, the sewer, the water treatment plant, the facilities. So he manages a lot of things, and it's amazing. But with all of the more that we're giving, and getting in terms of money and the projects that they're doing, that's why I supported the request for the additional staff person in his departments, because there's just, I can't ask any more of him than what he's already doing, and then we're throwing more projects at him. So I just wanted to say kudos to Lance and his team.
Questions? Oh, they're
Okay.
up. I see them now.
Thank you, Chair. So I just had a question. I had asked the question about we're bringing on this position, but we're not reducing any of our consulting fees. And then the response was, well, we're not. It takes time to hire. So I know there's plenty of times where we're like, okay, we know this isn't going to start until this day. Like, why do we need the whole salary now in this budget? I guess if you're not expecting, or is the whole, okay, so I guess I'm making an assumption. Is the whole salary in the budget, and should there be less because you're not anticipating hiring this person?
If we're not spending it, we're not spending it, okay? And it's a transfer from our funds. We're not taking this from the general fund. Street fund pays for this. The sewer fund pays for this. The stormwater fund pays for this. The water fund. So it's a transfer from those funds to pay for this position. Number one. The other thing is that as far as reducing consultant fees, I don't know if that's going to occur or not, Counselor, because the only consultant fee that we have is for a guy that reviews plans for us.
Okay.
The city engineer, and he reviews any development plans, because I really don't have the time to do it. This next person, I believe, is probably going to be spending a lot of their time on project management and going out and looking for more money for us and things like that. That doesn't mean he's not going to be doing some of that. All I'm saying is that until we get through and we work through a year and see how this process unfolds, I can't guarantee that.
Sure. I just want to point out, though, I know that it's not drawing money from the general fund, but it is drawing money from funds that we are trying to use we're still trying to use that money. So if we're anticipating spending it on the engineer, that's fine, but also we're trying to find money to spend on our roads. So that's money that we can't spend on our roads if it's earmarked for something else. I just want to make that point.
All right.
I guess I would argue that we can't spend it on the roads if we don't have somebody manage the projects and design the projects. So that, and I think as Lance said, if we don't need to spend it, we won't spend it. But if we don't have the budget authority to spend it and we need it, then that's a problem. And so it's partly just making sure that we have the authority to spend it if we need that engineering work. And then I think, James, did you want to talk about the salary?
Yeah, just to answer one of your first questions, we've budgeted this for a 3/4 time, so a start date of October 1st in the first year, and then full time next year.
Okay, thank you. That was.
I didn't know that. I would have said it.
Thank you for that. And I'm not saying that I apologize, Chair. Can I can I make a clarifying comment? I'm not saying that I am not in support of having this position, because I agree this is a lot of activities that Lance oversees. I'm just asking because we have lots of different goals we're trying to make, and so just trying to figure out how we can get there.
Understand, Councilor, I wouldn't expect anything less.
Thanks. So this is a little bit of a clarification. So I'm looking at the ad package, and in this section, along with adding the civil engineer section, there was also talking about reclassifying an existing position to the engineering associate. That's in the ad package, but when I'm looking in the binder, I am not seeing that happen. So did you strike that out of this budget that you have given us? Is that still in there?
I think that Lance included that in his ad package, but we really didn't consider that an ad in the sense of we're not adding a position, we're not adding a program, we're just reclassifying someone to allow them to have a higher level of duties. What we did have in the ad package that we did not include is the engineering tech / GIS position, and that was primarily because we're looking at the 5-year forecast and the general fund impacts, and not feeling confident that that was something that would be sustainable. And we wanted to see, we've got some funds in the budget for some additional GIS support through the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments, and we kind of want to see how things go with that and with this new civil engineer position, and see what we need, but we didn't want to make the recommendation for 2 new positions at this time.
No, I understand that, and I think that's a wise choice, all things considered. So I'm just a little bit confused, because if I'm looking on page 77, it sounds like from what I was hearing from you, Julie, are you saying that there is a reclassification of the engineering tech 2 position to be the engineering associate? Is that correct?
That is correct. Right now I have 2, and I'll speak to that.
Okay.
I won't speak to what the budget numbers are because I don't have them. What I'll speak to is I have 2 engineering tech 2 positions. The engineering tech 2 that I'm reclassifying has been in the engineering field, has got his Bachelor of Science degree in engineering. He's had it for 30 years. He does work for me that an engineer does that doesn't have his PE. This is civil engineer position I'm asking for. He's a professional civil engineer like I am. You got to be stamped. You've got to do a lot of certifications to get that. That's what I need. I need to be able to rely on someone to do professional level work, which is why I'm asking for the civil engineer. The recent classification is from someone just below him. He does all my project management right now. I think he needs to be compensated for that, to be quite honest, which is why I created that position. As simple as that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. So I guess this next part of the question would be directed more to just James and Julia. Has that reclassification been adopted in the budget? Because looking at that chart, I'm still not seeing that change from the 2023 to the 2024 or 2025 year.
The budget for 25 does include the reclassification. The dollars are $5,802 for that. It doesn't impact the FTE counts. I'm not sure if they're both engineering tech 2s right now.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so it's possible this chart should have 2 FTEs on the engineering tech 2 line and 0 for the tech 1.
Okay, so the financials are there, it's just the chart is not matching what everybody else has done.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Oh, Jonathan's still got his up? Okay, good. Okay, very good. We're going to look at system development charges. SDCs are brought in a variety of, really the main way is any kind of development that occurs in our community. We ask our developer friends to pay SDCs for existing use of our facilities as well as future improvements. They tend to help pay for our capital improvements from our master plans. And so, just a brief summary of what we did this last year. Parks SDC collected $8,000, and we're forecasting approximately $38,000 to be collected this next fiscal year. It's really difficult to project those because what you're doing is projecting what kind of development's going to occur in your city. You just don't know. But we tend to be pretty close. We're transferring $750,000 from the parks SDCs as not as required, but as requested by our city council to go towards the Mill Creek Park development. And so that's what that transfer is. Street SDCs, we collected approximately $7,500 in 23-24. We're forecasting about $32,000 in 24-25. We're transferring $3,500 for those for the roundabout design that was completed, that we completed shortly. Water SDC fund collected approximately $8,000 in SDCs in 23-24. Forecasting approximately $39,000 in SDCs in 24-25. We will be transferring $239,688 to the water fund for the 10-inch water line that's going to be constructed in Ida Street. That's a 100% creditable project because it's shown in our capital plan, and so we'll be spending that SDC money on that, not the actual fund revenue. Wastewater. We collected approximately $6,000 in SDCs last year, forecasting about $29,700 next year. Transfer of $362,000 to the wastewater fund for the Ida Street sewer pipe upsizing. Again, that's a master plan project. We can contribute money from our SDCs to help pay for that. Stormwater collected $11,000 last year, forecasting $36,000 next year, and we're transferring $400,000 for the master plan to the stormwater fund. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. This may be more of a question for James. Looking at each of these funds, it seems to me like, and maybe you can just explain the methodology here, but it seems to me like the unappropriated funds in each of these funds is fairly high compared to the revenues and expenditures. So can you explain why that is, and if we can use that money for something else if we decide to?
Yeah, it's basically the fund balance that is not allocated to current projects that are in the budget. So the projects are only limited use for SDCs. Some of them have a large percentage, some of them have a small percentage. I believe the roundabout is only 6% available for SDCs. So whatever roundabout expenses we would have, we would only transfer 6% of that from the SDC fund. So those are balances that are available. As projects become available, then we can allocate the money.
To add upon that, Ben, you can't use SDC funds for anything other than capital work. You cannot do it. It's got to be shown in a master plan. That's the only jobs. You can't do maintenance with it. You can't do mill and overlays with it. You can't upsize an 8-inch sewer line because it's bad. It's got to be a capital work shown in a master plan.
So if I understand then, but if we do decide to do a major reconstruction project, then potentially they could be used for that.
Depending on what that project is and if it's shown in our capital plan.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I look forward to next year.
Lance, you probably need to stay up here because I have a feeling we're going to be talking about.
Get comfortable.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, you have no
So we are almost there, but we do have the facilities fund, and we did talk about this a little bit on Monday. Could you back up one? So first, we'll just go over the highlights. The current budget for fiscal year 24 had some planning at the City Hall for a new conference room, and was some part-time staff allocated. Okay. Oh, it's that one. Sorry, we switched the order. this was a new change today. And then for the current budget, the only other change was part-time staff allocated to this fund. We reallocated to the admin department starting in 25. So in the 25 budget, we're continuing to make some changes at the City Hall. So there was a budget for storage space being renovated into a new conference room. And then estimates for possible City Hall remodels in the future. So then I looked back at the history of this facilities fund because it kind of came into question on Monday and I wasn't really sure what it was for. So I looked back at some resolutions and it looks like, to me, we used to have a land acquisition fund. And that fund disappeared at the end of 2001-02. And then the very next year, this facilities fund, called the Facilities Development and Maintenance Fund, popped up. So I could only assume that they transitioned one into the other. This is an internal service fund, which means it's funded by transfers from other departments. And there began in June 2010, some of those internal transfers started occurring. So before that, there was just one-time money spent or allocated there. But then these regular transfers started in 2010, and it looks to me like it was a result of Resolution 857, which had to do with the American Disabilities Act study. So a study was done of all city facilities, and a long list of things was identified needing to be resolved. Some of those things were able to be done that year, some the next year, but then there was an unidentified, unfunded liability for a lot of ADA issues. And I'm assuming that that's what spurred these regular transfers starting to come into this fund. So originally, there were transfers from the Water Fund, Wastewater Fund, and Street Fund. They were pretty small in the beginning. And then in 2016, the transfers increased and we added police, admin, and library. And at that point, about $88,800 was annually being transferred into this fund from those 6 funds in varying amounts. Police much more than admin, and library a small amount. So the budget you have before you, this fund has $871,000 in it now. And we changed the way the funding looks. We assume that this fund is there to fund a future City Hall type building. So we eliminated the transfers from the water, wastewater, and street funds because that doesn't seem to make sense. We also added a transfer from Public Works Admin, Planning Department, and the court, thinking that a new City Hall type center would house those facilities. And we increased the transfer from $88,800, which I don't know how that number came about, to around $100,000. So that's what the fund is in the current budget. It's saving money for future development, a future City Hall, or renovations or improvements to those types of facilities. I did also send an email to our auditors asking about this fund and what we could use the money for. And I haven't gotten an answer back yet, but I presume because of the way that different funds have funded it, and it's not a capital reserve fund, it's not on the governmental side of the fund structure. I assume there probably is some flexibility to use that either to transfer money back to those same funds or possibly another use. So another fund similar to this one, another internal service fund, is the one Lance just talked about, the Public Works Admin. And at the end, during this year, we realized there's too much money in that fund. So we refunded some of those transfers from water, wastewater, streets, parks, and stormwater. We refunded some of those transfers back to those funds because the admin fund was accumulating too large of a balance. So that's why I believe there is some flexibility there, but I'd like to hear back from our auditors of what they would say in terms of can we use it for other things. Any questions about the facilities fund?
James, thanks for that history on that. Sure. Thanks for that history, James. As you mentioned it and started talking about it, a little light bulb went on in my head. And Alyssa can probably contest this, but I think the recollection was at the time we were kind of getting in trouble with the ADA because we weren't compliant, and then we started making that fund for that very reason, to try to keep up with it. So, yeah, now it makes a little bit more sense to me why it's there and how it was used. So, it's interesting to have the land acquisition piece all the way back to that point. That was probably with the intention of maybe having space for City Hall, I would think, make an assumption, I don't know. So the 871 currently, we just don't know in what capacity you could use that. Is that what you're saying?
I think there's some flexibility there. I'd like to hear back from the auditors of what exactly that could be, but I think you could transfer at least the funds back to the funds that transferred the money in the beginning. But we want to also think about why that fund exists and think about if it's necessary to continue or not.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that at some point, the city's going to have everything housed under one roof. When does that happen? That's not tomorrow. That's not the near term, but definitely I think we need to consider that. So, thanks.
So, James, looking at the capital outlays, it has $80,000 for the conference room. It has $130,000 up here in the proposed budget on page 84. So where's that other $50,000 going?
Yeah, that's a good point. It should have been there. The other $50,000 is for consulting for the City Hall renovations for the following year.
Consulting for, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It would be design, engineering and design for remodeling of the City Hall.
Oh, okay.
So, and I just want to remind everybody why. So if you remember, we had a facilities study that was done. We had some cost estimating. This was about the time I started. This was beginning to wrap up. I knew from coming in and looking at the community and talking to council that it was pretty unlikely that we were going to move forward with a new city hall when we had streets and major infrastructure. And then in the council goal setting, I think council agreed with that, and one of their goals was, or direction, was essentially see how you can utilize our current spaces more efficiently so that we're not having to, so we're not running out of space. And so the vision is that there's a storage room basically on the back of the movie theater off of Ida Street, the old food bank for people that know what that means. That would be converted into a conference room, and the existing conference room that's in City Hall that is very not soundproof, it's not a private conference room anyways, is fairly large and could be an avenue to house staff and not have staff kind of all over each other. So the 80,000 would be for the converting of the conference room to, or the food bank into a conference room, and then there would be consultant fees that would allow us to do an interior design and cost estimating of what it would take to remodel the interior of City Hall.
Oh, okay, so you're trying to get more office space for...
Right.
Okay, that was my next question.
I can't remember what my first question was. $50,000. I guess I just can't wrap my head around $50,000 for a consultant, and I would like to see what this person's going to do, because I just can't. I don't know. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not. It's not you guys. I can't believe someone is. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand what they do, but I just can't fathom that it costs $50,000 to consult someone on how to figure out your office placement.
Yeah, I get it. And it goes to more than just like, here's a design. It literally is going to go down to, these are suggestions for the kinds of desks and partitions, and it's going to include everything to electrical. We're not touching the bathrooms, I think, but it's going to get electrical, any IT things that we need to have done. It's going to completely get all of that, and unfortunately, those kinds of things are spendy.
So do you get, like, Lance has to get 3 bids? Do you have to get 3 bids for something like that? I mean, I understand, like, a project under, what is it, under 50,000, you don't have to, but I feel like that is an exorbitant amount of money.
So we can certainly get other estimates, requests for proposals, certainly. Right now, we don't know that that's going to cost that much, but that's sort of the ballpark number that has been offered. And so again, we want to make sure that we have the authority to spend it. That doesn't mean that we will spend money we don't need to spend. So yeah, I think we could certainly look at whether or not there are.
But do you tell the consultant that you have $50,000 to spend?
No, that we say this is the project, how much
Is
will
the
it,
consultant watching our video right now to figure out what they can, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, they gave us that cost proposal, and so we probably rounded up a little bit just to make sure of any incidentals, but that was the proposal price or quote that we got, right?
Okay. Chair, I have another question. I remembered what it was. Okay, so there is $25,000 from the library, from transfers from the library in the facilities fund. So this is a James question. When you figure out, I guess I'm just specifically wondering if we can use that for the capital outlay project of the HVAC. Yeah. And I mean, that's actually 2 HVACs, so we could potentially get that done in 2 in 1 year and not have to pull from the general fund. Possibly?
That does make sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I want to hear back from the auditors just to check
Certainly.
it out because
Okay.
it's a different type of fund, but we would be transferring money back to the library. It does get a little tricky, though, if you transfer some money. If all these transfers were meant for a purpose and then you're transferring some of it from one of the departments back, the color of money kind of changes at that point, and it's like, well, what the other people transferred in and you believed in was true for them but not for someone else. So it just gets a little tricky, but I think there is leeway where that could probably be done.
Sorry, just to ask that differently, could the facilities fund fund the HVAC instead of the library capital fund?
Sure.
Yeah, so I would go back to why was this fund created? If it was for ADA reasons, well, there's that. If it's for a new city hall, it's for that. So those two don't check out quite so much. But the library doesn't directly benefit from a city hall. And maybe, I don't know if it has ADA issues or not. So this is where the funds that were transferring money into this fund, maybe they made sense at the time that each time it was changed, but they don't make sense to me now if this is for a city hall. So I think the funds have been collected, okay? They've been collected from various places. I think we probably have the leeway to change the purpose of that fund, that this body could do that, and we could reallocate the funds. I think so. I'd like to get that confirmed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my question is about the remodel at the city hall. So that would be for the entire of our current city hall. You're looking at that $50,000 is going to be paying to get all of that space with a new design and a plan for a top to bottom remodel, basically. Is that?
I wouldn't say top to bottom.
But all of the things.
Yeah, I
that
mean, I
Alyssa
think that
mentioned.
if you walk into City Hall right now, we have 2 people sharing an office that's, yeah, maybe a 1.5. It's a pretty small office. And then we have 3 people in the front area, pretty crowded together. And then the finance director is in the back, so you have to walk around outside of the finance area, down the hall into the back of the office, for his windowless office, which is adjacent to a conference room that has no privacy. And so it's not very functional. Literally, he had to leave his office while we were having union negotiations because he could hear every single word. And if we're in a meeting and we want his attention, we just say his name and he opens the door and comes in. So that sort of side of City Hall, if you will, so if you walk in the door, I would say the left side all the way to the back really needs remodeling. I wouldn't say that our offices on our side and the break room area, copy room area, and the bathrooms, those probably don't need remodeling, but the functionality of the left-hand side is really not great.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Brian?
So I guess I wanted to expand on Jonathan's question. I think that's making a little bit of the consternation. So we're talking about having the meeting room that we have currently that is terrible because Melanie was helping me do a video presentation. We kept having to knock on the wall to tell them to be quiet. So I concede that. But I think what I'm asking is, we're not just talking about moving that conference room itself into the new space, into the storage space, correct? And if it is, does that include the $50,000 for both reconfiguring the room that we're currently having problems with and the storage space?
The storage space would be the $80,000 cost to renovate the storage room into a conference room.
Yep.
And then the $50,000 is for the consulting, planning, designing for the remodel
That's what I'm asking.
of the interior.
Yep, that's what I'm asking. So what is the space, what is the dimensions of the storage facility right now?
I'm not 100% sure of that, but I want to point out, I know we keep referencing the food bank, but and it's hard because it's kind of you walk right past it and not know they're there. But so there's the food, where the food bank was, and then right next to it is another storage room that the police has had records in. That's included in this. So it's that whole section there is going to be part of it.
Okay. And that will be soundproof of some sort?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly
a lot
can't be
more
any
than it
less than what we currently have.
A lot more than it is now. It's going to need one of the things like electrical is way out of code in there. Yeah, insulation, plumbing.
Yeah, so it's not as simple as just picking up the table and moving it over to that other place once we paint the wall.
And it'll have to be wired for like IT, like for our meeting. We have that TV that we do our virtual meetings on.
That helps, that clarifies
But
things.
I will say that when it's done, I mean, we had some design work done, and when it's done, I think it will be really wonderful because it will allow people to access that room without having to come into City Hall. And so we'll be able to have, access to meetings after normal hours without having to go in. And there is a bathroom there that needs to be repurposed. But so it will have plumbing, and you won't need to utilize City Hall in order to have those meetings.
Thank you. First, I just want to say that I am generally in support of those renovations, but I'm also in support of, and I kind of wanted to start maybe down this road a little bit, because I know it's kind of a preview of the conversation we're about to head into, but one thing that Julia mentioned that I wanted to highlight, and what I think is the reason I'm in support of pausing the contributions to this fund. And then I did have one clarification for James at the end of this rant, but no, but I really specifically just think that what's happening here by pausing the fund is kind of aligning on paper what Julia kind of just said, where she was saying that we already knew we couldn't really be putting a lot of money towards renovating a city, like building a new city hall right now with the condition of our streets. And so I think what we're simply saying is but we've seen no ongoing increase from general fund into streets before we saw this, right? Which is great, and I like what I'm seeing here. So all I wanted to just underline was what I think is actually happening with pausing those contributions is simply aligning what was just stated as kind of a known fact into the actual fabric of how our general fund looks on an ongoing basis. My question I had for James was, you just mentioned it just briefly in passing, but you were saying that you could actually you could change the purpose of the fund to be more broad, to be able to cover potentially other capital outlay projects within the city. Is that something that you mentioned, that there's actually a possibility for this body to change the stated purpose of that fund?
It might be a little more complex. You might have to close the fund and create a new one, transfer the funds. But I think this governing body can, well, you can close funds that aren't necessary anymore, and you can start new funds. In my research, in one of the resolutions, this is the ADA one, it did have this whereas. It said, the City of Stayton has a facilities development and maintenance fund that is intended to pay for land acquisition, capital facility improvements to city buildings, and maintenance of the city's buildings and facilities, including roof, heating, ventilation, AC, painting, equipment, and other routine maintenance or facility improvements. That's the best definition I have. I can't find where the fund was created, but that seems to be what the intent of the fund is at this time.
That feels like a pretty broad, like you could potentially use that for capital. It seems like capital improvements of city buildings pretty generally. It sounds like in that.
Yeah, it's pretty broad, but then I would look at what has funded it then, and it's been certain funds and certain amounts, so consider that.
All right, thank you.
There appears to be some confusion as to what this fund was for. How are you going to go about clarifying that? If there's not much record, there's no, you go back to 2001, you look at the ADA fund, and they changed, that disappeared, and another fund showed up. How would you go about finding out what this is for?
Yeah, that's about as detailed as I can get. Another of the whereases in the same resolution said that the City Council has concluded that the city does not have sufficient funds available to budget to make priority these other ADA requirements. And then I know after that they started transferring money into it. So I just kind of put two and two together there. But then, yeah, I think getting clarification from our auditors will give us the ability to make changes to that fund. So I'm waiting to hear back from them.
I can ask a consultant I know, see what he remembers.
Okay. So that is the 15th of 15 funds. So we've gone through them all. I just wanted to remind you of a few things. The Budget Committee's responsibilities are fulfilled after approving a few things. So one is the budget. Currently, as presented to you, it's the $38,206,525. So you'll need to approve something either in that amount or as amended. We'll also need your approval for the tax rates. That's the $3.328 per thousand taxable assessed value for the property tax, and then the local option levies. You'll need to approve those funding amounts, and also the state shared revenue amount. So the current budget that we've presented is funded in full for those four things. And finally, I just wanted to bring up in front of this body that it is my intention to continue exploring a 2-year budget, a biennial budget. Many cities do that, and many cities are converting from 1 year to 2 year. The primary reason for that is a time saver for city staff, for you all a little bit more. But it doesn't change the ability to alter a budget throughout the year. There's always chances for modifying budgets, of course. It's just that we would budget for a 2-year period, and the process would look a little different. We'd have to change the makeup of the committee in terms of your terms that you serve, because it would need to be 4 years instead of 3. But it's something that will be discussed later, and it'll be in front of the council probably for their consultation. But I wanted to at least state that in front of this committee, that it's something I'm considering, and it would mean that if this was approved, we would be back here a year from now, but working on a 2-year budget at that point.
And then I guess I just want to note, I know we want to talk about streets. I know we are going to talk about streets. Just as a reminder, as Lance mentioned, we've got a plan of additional conversations, both with the council, potentially the council and budget committee, if that's what council wants, the community. And so I don't think the question of how we fund streets going into the future needs to be a decision of this budget committee. Certainly what you guys do in regards to general fund and allocations and what you want to budget in the street fund absolutely is. But I just kind of want to put that out there, that all of this has been taking a long time to get to this point of conversation, and I don't expect that a decision should or could be made tonight or tomorrow about how we deal with streets immediately. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there and acknowledge it.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break before we move into the next section. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
I didn't see it, sorry.
I just had one question on just to clarify that levy, that is to approve just that's not like approving sending it for another round of voters. That's just what was currently in place.
Yeah, by state law, we have to do that every single year. It's telling the state we want to levy those taxes and that they will give us the money. If
Okay,
we don't
great.
do it, they don't give us the money.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure that was
Yes.
the case. All right, thank you.
And there's a script we have to follow.
Okay, we're moving on to have discussion so we can do our voting, I guess. Oh, here we go. Okay.
All right, am I good? Yeah. All right, thank you. I just want to get this kicked off, this conversation. So I'm going to do this there's two parts to what I'm about to say. So the first part is this. I really like these cuts. That's my first thing. I think they're relatively, I'm not saying that they're painless. I'm not saying that. But I think they are doable cuts. I think that they start to set a standard for prioritizing streets in our general fund, which is that's the long-term goal that I have. And I think that the question that was put, I think this was Member Ort's question. I don't know if she asked it here, or if that was just what we got in the review. But I also agree with her that I think we should earmark some of our actual the fees that we have. I'm sorry. What are they called?
Franchise fees?
Franchise fees. I also agree that we should earmark franchise fees for secure funding in the future, and set just what our target percentages are moving forward. My target is that we hit something around 300,000 every year. So, with that being said, I want to start to just outline what I think is gained from doing something like this, and why I think it is an advantage, and why I'm okay with even approving a bond now. Although I am okay with that conversation going a little longer, and we can have more meetings about it. But I want to just lay out what Steve was saying based on what is our status quo versus what's this. Okay, what's our status quo versus Steve's proposal in particular. So if we go with Steve's proposal, I was running the numbers based on that. So what you're looking on is, so if we turn to page, where's the street fund page? It is page 61, exactly. Thank you, Lance. You know that budget well. Right, so we are in 61, and we're gonna, and correct me if these are wrong. So I'm trying to get to some of the real things. So I wanted to find what our annual budget is, the annual budget of money that's coming in this year that's not based on our beginning fund balance. So what I did is I took that top revenue number of $3,110,000, and I subtracted the beginning fund balance of $1,881,000. What that leaves us with is a little over $2 million of an annual revenue. So it's a little bit over. It's about like $1.229 million in annual revenue that's coming in this year. And I also accept that there's probably a little fluctuation in that year to year. But based on that number, which is a hard data number, that's one thing I want to really emphasize and underline, is that these are hard numbers. They're not projections. These are hard numbers. And I think that they are what we should be kind of working off of. We have, so in our non-negotiable expenses, if we go down to non-negotiable, I'm putting transfers, personnel services, and contingency reserve in the non-negotiable expenses. So that means that we went from the 1.2 million, and you minus all of those non-negotiable expenses are $641,000. That's the non-negotiables. That leaves us with $588,000 for some sort of maintenance, services, or capital outlay. Now let's subtract the ongoing maintenance that is listed under the materials and services at the $457,000 for ongoing maintenance. That includes, I really want to emphasize, and I got clarity on this just to confirm because I think I knew this includes the smaller ongoing maintenance to our streets. So this includes our slurry seals, those simpler things. That's that $400,000 that the FCS group was talking about that we need to make sure that we are prioritizing for ongoing maintenance. That's in that budget. So what's left over after that from our annual revenue is $130,000 for capital improvements. And then what they're doing to the budget, what our staff is doing to the budget, which is good for this, which is, I mean, I think it was a good initial proposal. I will be proposing something different than that, but it's a good initial proposal. It's an aggressive proposal, and I really like it. But it's taking $670,000 from our beginning fund balance and adding it to that for the capital outlay. but that's our savings account, right? We're taking $670,000 from our savings account to use for the capital outlay for projects this year. I'm just going to pause there. I just want to make sure that I generally have the right. You feel like I have the right? I'm going through the right process from the staff in terms of like the numbers are fairly correct at this point. I included those in the non-negotiable expenses. Yeah. So we're at 130. So that's the number I want to keep in mind. This is what's funded currently for capital outlays, right? That's what we have. Capital improvements, 130. So what Member Sims is doing is what this will do is this allows $300,000 from the general fund to join that on an annual basis. And we can't obviously predict in the future, but let's just say the goal is to get it close to there every year. So you have a general fund $300,000 allocation, and then let's say we do the $10 street fee, which is what Member Sims was saying. That brings another $288,000 in. So that brings us to a new total of $718,000 for capital outlays on an annual basis. Now, this plan does not touch any of that $1.8 million that we still have in reserve. So in the beginning fund balance. That actually allows a savings account of $1.8 million. So what would this actually allow us to do? Say if we were to go forward with the bond, and I am in favor of a bond because it's just simple. To me, it's as simple as buying a house. You could wait to save to buy the house, or you could get a mortgage, and everyone gets a mortgage. So this is to me the part that really like put me over the edge. That's 602 for a bond on an annual basis. That was the number we were given by the FCS group, and that still leaves on top of that 116 for capital outlays that aren't even included in the bond. One of the concerns that we had was that compared to our status quo, we wouldn't be saving any for the future once we're done with that 5 years of explosive growth. What's actually being shown here is that currently we have 130 that's left for capital improvements. We're going to be left with close to that for capital improvements, saving for the future, and being allowed to pay for a bond with still a reserve of 1.8 million, so that if you have a fluctuation, right, if you have some fluctuation, if we assume that we are going to raise some rates a little bit over the years, if there's a year we have to take a little bit less from the general fund, we still have a reserves that's going to be able to preserve that. I'm not saying that we have to go all the way and do that today. I just want to lay out why I think that what Member Sims is his proposal is actually really worthwhile and really helps move the needle in a way that's really positive. One thing I do want to say is when it comes to the streets, I am in favor of raising the rates to $10 if we move forward with a bond. I am not in favor if we don't. And the reason I am at this point, and I might be able to get there if we have later conversations, the reason I'm not at this point is because to me the bond justifies the raise, right? So to be able to see those streets, and I think it is, and the way I do see it is 30 years worth of improvements that you would have to wait 30 years for, done in 5 years. What justifies those increases for citizens is seeing the results tangibly. So that's just what I wanted to start the conversation with, and then kind of go from there. I don't know if anyone has any questions on those numbers that I had, but yeah.
They were up.
Everybody's up. Okay, Steve.
So I like everything Member David said. I think I like the numbers. I mean, really, with $300,000 coming from our cuts and $288,000 coming from the street fee, we can cover this bond, and we'll still be able to do the milling and overlays on an annual basis. Is my $670,000, that was the number you came up with? And milling and overlays, I believe?
Yeah, so you'd still have the 460, you still have the 456, that's the ongoing maintenance that was budgeted this year, and then in addition to that, you'd have 116,000. So I think that would actually be like 573, I think.
Yep. Okay, so we're still able to do our milling and overlays on an annual basis.
So you'd have to get those 60,000.
And this would be $2 million a year basically for capital improvements with the bond. So I'm definitely in favor of that. I mean, I guess my question was on some of the cuts that we're talking about to come up with $300,000 to cover part of the bond. This is probably for James, but this reallocate, the last line item for $50,500, reallocate the percentage of time allocated to funds for the community engagement coordinator. I don't quite understand that. I mean, it sounds like we're not really saving money, we're just moving money around in a different way. It just kind of sounds like some magic there.
It is moving money around. We looked back at 2 of our admin personnel, and we figured that it was probably too much allocated to the general fund because the work that they do benefits many other funds. So it was reallocating some of those general fund costs to other funds, which does burden the other funds.
Yeah, and Lance can maybe chime in a little bit on this too, especially with the community engagement coordinator as we were thinking about, the work that position does and the number of capital projects that we're going to be working on throughout all the different funds, water, sewer, storm, streets, and Lance is using him quite a bit now on a lot of the outreach efforts, and then that's just going to continue. It didn't seem like it made sense for it to be really funded out of the general fund as much as it was. So that's the why. I don't know, Lance, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, I would like to add a lot to that, actually, but I'll be brief. I know Stayton, smaller town, but if you go to any other town of any size, like us, we go 20,000, Hillsborough, 20, they have community engagement officers, they coordinators. And what they do is they go out and sell the city council's vision to the community. Staff doesn't have the time to do that, all right? They do not have the time to go out there and sell what you want to sell to the community. We want to be transparent to our citizens. One of the ways to do that is you have someone that their focal point is to go out there and sell that vision. And so I envision this position moving into that. This year hasn't been so much, but I think that's because the direction that we've taken, he didn't know that. In my mind, I see him working on sewer, storm, streets, and selling our vision to the community because they need to see it. And that's just my personal vision. I see it in other cities. I go look at Lake Oswego's webpage. They're out taking tours with people of our projects, showing them what we're doing. And that's what I envision this position to be. And quite honestly, I think it's very much needed in Stayton.
Well, that's helpful. I mean, I guess this question is for James. What do we spend on our community engagement coordinator? It seems like it was $80,000 from the last budget, but I can't quite recall.
I think it's a little bit more than that. It's going to be in one of these earlier pages. I can tell you the minimum and maximum, 56,000 and 73,000. It's in between those two numbers.
That's just salary.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, without
that's salary. So you'd probably add 40% to that.
I'm just trying to, I mean, is it worth the bang for the buck? I know Lance is for the community engagement coordinator, but
I believe it is, and we made this argument last year that in order to meet council's goals, which is increased communications, outreach, transparency, we have done a lot of things so far this year. It may not be as obvious as it is internally, but we've increased the monthly newsletter, we've done an email notice, we've helped support a lot of other projects like the Coffee with a Cop, and just helping support the outreach and information through our capital projects, mapping. We did the adventure log. He's supporting RDS. He's supporting doing the event permits. So if we didn't have that position, we would not be able to do all those things that we have added. And that's one of council's goals. And I guess, so we believe, and we, yeah.
One of the things, let me add one more thing. One of the things that we've been fortunate with Julia being here is we've garnered a lot of attention from the states, the feds, and we've gotten a lot of money in the last 2 years, okay? We're doing things that we would never been able to do in the past because we just haven't had the. I can see this position working into that grant writer helper, going out and looking for more money because they know how to do graphic design, and when these folks are looking to spend money, they're looking for presentations and who's making the best presentations. So this person needs to work into that position. I'm not here to say that what we've done this year is perfect. It's not. It's this position should be evolving, and we should be evolving with it. I just see it evolving to a point where it's just nothing going to be nothing but fruitful for the city going forward. And then I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, you sold me. No, good job.
Okay, so I have a list. Sorry for that if I take up a lot of time. I would also, just piggybacking off of what you guys were saying, I do think that the community engagement coordinator is incredibly important for this community because there are a lot of projects that the city is doing to help the community make it better that I think citizens aren't aware of. Like my question about the roundabout, I didn't know that you guys had actually taken all of the trucks and farm equipment that goes to that area and tested in person to see that it works and that you use that data to make adjustments, and you have a video of that. So there's a lot of people who are concerned about things going on, and they're getting their information through 6 degrees of separation, what they're hearing on social media, and that is a problem because that is, I feel like, undermining a lot of the support that we would need in order to carry out other projects. We're talking a lot about getting more funding, finding funding from other places, to fund the library and the pool and the parks and all of these other things that are important, that are getting those subsidy transfers from the general fund on a yearly basis. And way that we have discussed funding those in discussions has been through things like sponsorships or having like the Friends of the Pool support that more. And I feel like if we are not being able to sell what the city is doing as helping the citizens out, as the city government, as competent, it's going to be a lot harder for us to get the buy-in from the community. So I really do think that the community engagement coordinator is going to be very important for us to just have someone to deal with that relationship with the community. That's going to be vital for going through a lot of these projects. Even if we're having to talk about the new infrastructure developments and just making sure that the people in the area know what's going on, so we don't have some of the stuff that the city went through when we were dealing with the homelessness. I feel like that was one of the main reasons for getting the community engagement coordinator. Is that correct? That was an influence. And I think that is something that is really important that I want to see continuing, so that we are not having issues with the community come up because of miscommunications, because something has not been clear, and getting that addressed beforehand seems like that is the best way to deal with that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Now my next point, this question, this is, I guess, more of a Julia Chair and the Mayor question. What is the procedural operation for this next section? Is this just a free-form discussion? Are we doing motions? How does this work?
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm just kidding. So I think that what has happened in the past is there's been some discussion to the point that somebody makes a motion. It's either adopting the budget as proposed or amending the budget. And and we're kind of taking notes, and I've got some, depending on what direction people are wanting to go, we can help you with some verbiage here and there to make sure it's technically correct. For example, last year, we missed that, so there was an additional allocation to streets, but there wasn't where it came from. I think that was, I can't remember. There was something that was missed, and that was a little bit of a hiccup. So we need to make sure that we're giving you guys from this fund to this fund. And then at the end of the day, you don't have to make line item decisions. You're making the big picture decisions, right? We're informing you what that might look like, but you're saying this much, move it there, and then my job is to implement the budget that you guys approve. So you don't have to necessarily say this one thing, but the amount is what we're going to care about. So for those of you guys that have been here a lot more than me, I think that's generally the way it works, is you discuss until somebody finally makes a motion.
Okay, so should we try to be keeping our discussions on the same topic and go until we've reached a natural conclusion, make that, or is it just kind of...
That's a budget committee decision.
Yes. Okay. That sounds good.
Preferably
Okay.
5 minutes before you're exhausted.
Okay. Okay, so I will go and begin my discussion. So I'm looking at this budget. It's balanced, but then looking at the 5 years, it's looking like the city's finances are not doing quite as well. Can I get a little bit more of an explanation from staff on what that is, why that is happening, what the impacts would be?
Well, I'll start, and then, so the 5-year forecast is just that, it's a forecast. This is James's first year as the finance director, and kind of get, there's software, there's information and assumptions that we only have a year worth of real data for him. So there's keeping that in mind. I'm concerned about the 5-year forecast, and that's why in my budget message I said I want to make sure that we're not digging into our unappropriated too much and for not one-time purposes, because I want to make sure that we have the ability to sustain ourselves over the long term. I'm not overly concerned. I'm concerned, but I'm not overly concerned with the way it looks, because I know that a lot of the things in there that are causing it to kind of go down was for one time. And I know it is very unlikely that we will spend 100% of our budget. And when we do the projections, it kind of assumes 100% of your budget's been spent. It's still going to be tight. We still will watch it. Certainly as we go into this fiscal year, my message to staff is going to be, just because you have the budget authority doesn't mean you need to spend it, and really be making sure that we're very, very cautious and frugal, so that we're only spending what we absolutely need to spend, so that we're keeping things going. And we also want to be looking at our revenues, whether or not there's areas where we're not, specifically for charges for services in planning. Are we charging appropriate amounts? Are we doing it consistently, correctly? I'm not to say that we're not doing it correctly, but do we need to be charging more? In parks, we're talking about potentially doing park reservations. We don't, all of the shelters, except for Jordan Bridge, all of the shelters are first come, first serve. We get a lot of requests from people to reserve the shelters, but we don't have that as an option. And so that could be a really good win-win revenue generator, where we're allowing people to reserve shelters and making some revenue. And so we'll be looking at that over the year too, to see how we can increase revenues and decrease expenditures, or maintain expenditures, so that it doesn't come to fruition. So it does look bad, but we know it, and we're going to watch it. So that's my take on it. James, do you want to add?
Yeah, going into this, I've seen 5-year forecasts before, and a lot of them do look bad. I've seen some other cities, and they look bad, and I've heard that they always do. But on the flip side of that, it does concern me, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say that. This does concern me greatly. And if we reduce the budget by $300,000, we're going to get real close to 100% of spending, I believe. When I originally did the 5-year forecast, it looked worse than this, and I said, we can't publish this. Are you kidding me? This looks horrible. So we went and we refined some things, but I also believe it's pretty accurate. It's a good faith estimate. I don't think I'm not trying to make it look worse than it is in any fund, and I tried to make it look as good as I could. Like, I took out the community improvement program even when I wasn't supposed to, because I was like, we can't have that in there if it looks like this. So there were adjustments made, but yeah, that's one of the reasons why at the bottom of every page I put the last 3 years of what percentage was actually spent, because that's the first thing that came to my mind was, yeah, but these are budgeted amounts and we never spend the whole budget. So the last 3 years in the general fund, we've spent 98% in 22, 85% in 23, and a projected 85% in 24. But my warning to you is if you remove $300,000 from this fund, we're not going to be at 85%, I guarantee you that, because we've cut all of those kind of extra things that we may or may not do. Some years we spend more than 100%, and you can do that because of beginning balances. Usually when that's happened, and you can look at other funds, when there's been an over expenditure, for example, I'm looking at the water fund, we spent 110% in fiscal year 22. However, the revenues that year were 112% of budget. So that makes more sense, right? I don't see where we could get extra general fund revenue, that's unforeseen unless there's some sort of grant or something. But so I will say that this does concern me pretty greatly, and maybe it's like this every year and it's going to be okay. But this is part of my job, and it's something that I need to be concerned about. On that note, I would not recommend transferring general fund money to a restricted fund. You're taking unrestricted money and you're putting it in an unrestricted account. Now, in some cases that can make sense, and that's usually for one-time things or when you have an excess balance in the general fund, which I think we did last year when we transferred $500,000 to the street fund. We didn't end up spending that money on street improvements, partly because we didn't have the manpower to oversee those projects. We're trying to fix that. So, I would prefer that we spend street money before we spend general fund money. And the street fund does have unallocated, unappropriated funds that are available, obviously, for street restricted uses, whereas the general fund is unrestricted. We do have the option of transferring money from the general fund to street funds, sure, but you can't transfer it the other way. I don't mind seeing these cuts, and Julia had a great idea this morning. She said, well, why wouldn't we just transfer this $300,000 or to the contingency within the general fund? Set it aside there. We won't spend it because we've moved it to a contingency line item. So we would remove it from each of these categories where it's budgeted. We no longer have the budget authority to spend these in this way, and it would be in the contingency, which if we needed it in the street fund, then at that point the council could move the funds. And I would not recommend transferring it until we're out of money in the street fund and we have street projects ready to go. And at that point, we've got the money set aside in the general fund. That's great. Let's transfer it then. And that would save time. We'd have a better picture of how the general fund stood at that point in time. But right now, looking at the 5-year forecast, it's pretty dire. I think it's pretty accurate. If we cut $300,000 every year, I don't think we'll be able to meet our current fiscal policies, which include contingencies and a working capital reserve. I don't think we would be hitting that reserve in the general fund within the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you. So that was actually kind of coming into my next question on this. If we were to make this $300,000 cut, what function, if we were to make the cut annually, what impact would that have on the functioning of the city in general? What do you feel?
I guess it's a little hard to say. I think, like James said, I feel that the cuts that we've proposed, some of them are really one-time, but they would have been one-time expenditures, but the cuts that we proposed are doable. And if there's a policy that says that we're going to allocate a certain, percentage or, to, or a certain portion of our franchise fees or what have you, we'd have to make it work. But in the long term, that's when we start putting the budget together. Frankly, I don't know until we get the budget into the software where we're at. We have to do the projections and look at where our ending fund balances are, project where we're going to be, end this year, so we know how much money is going to carry over into the following year. We look at cost of living increases, cost increases in general. So it's hard to tell until you really start putting the budget together exactly where you're at. So I have to present a balanced budget every year. So if we are at a point where we're not meeting our fiscal policies, we'll have to potentially cut deep. It just depends, and I can't project what that looks like because I don't know how much of a cut we're talking about. I'm frankly shocked that we were able to cut $300,000 out of the budget. And some of it is by pausing some things that we've done and some, recalculating how we fund things from different funds. And I think actually, like I said in my budget message, the questioning, it makes this budget better, right? That you're asking questions and making us think about things and look at ways that we didn't think about, and so it makes it better. But there's only you can only do that for so long, and I don't know what next year will be, but we'll present a balanced budget next year.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also wanted to just confirm one thing. So in your cut package, looking at this, there were some of things that were one-time transfers. So there's the pool transfer of $34,000 approximately. There's the $20,000 the Safe Streets Planning Grant, and then the tractor reduction for $24,000. That would be somewhere around, if I'm doing the math correctly, about $75,000-$80,000 of these cuts were one-time transfers, so not something that would be holding over from year to year.
Right, and I guess I would argue they're also one-time expenditures, so we may not have them from year to year, but you can't necessarily count on us being able to cut $300,000, if we don't have one-time expenditures that we're cutting, if that makes sense. And they're not expenditures. So for example, the planning, we reduced it by $20,000 because we know it will be spent the following year. So next year we'll budget that under that. The pool transfer is because we know we know we're going to get money from the endowment to cover the capital costs. We could assume we could probably get some next year too, but we don't know, and we don't know how much. But generally those are going to be tied to one-time expenses that counteract those one-time costs.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, Julia. So what you were saying is that because these were one-time expenses, we could counteract these ones, but there might be some that we can't, or we don't know, or they might be for larger amounts. It's just unpredictable. Okay. Thank you very much, Julia, for that. Now I would like to go and go back to the previous speaker, Member Giglio. Yes, your proposal, sir. So how much was being taken out of savings from the street fund?
In the proposal that I had, nothing. It was actually keeping all the reserves there.
Okay, so you had mentioned, I was taking notes as you were speaking, so I missed part of it, sorry. You had mentioned something about $600,000 from savings?
So in the current fund that's presented, like the current budget that was originally presented, and the one that we would vote on, they're taking, I'm not saying they, staff is taking $670,000 from the street reserves and putting that into capital projects, right? That's why it goes from the beginning fund balance being at $1,800,000 down to 1.2 something.
Okay.
And that's where that's coming from. And so the proposal that the working proposal that I was saying was actually you wouldn't need to do any of that. You could still preserve like the funds. If there's concern about going in on a bond without having savings, that's kind of where that line of thought came from.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Would it be okay if we kind of moved to other people?
Yes,
and then
no,
maybe
I was about
some
to
of
say
your-
that where I'm done.
Okay,
I was about
just
to
so
say I'm done.
everybody.
Sorry for
no,
having so
that's
many
okay.
questions.
David?
I got a quick one. I promise I'll turn it over to you guys. So I just want to clarify something, and then I'll express some opinions later. But at this point, I just want to clarify the intent of some of the proposal that you were talking about earlier. It kind of sounds like carte blanche, $300,000. You want to get all that out of there. Am I understanding that correctly? Or are there line items that you want to remove from this package, or is it
Yeah, like I'm okay with the cuts that were presented.
all of them?
I'm okay with all of the cuts presented as long as, yeah. I mean, I'm okay with all the cuts presented. Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. A couple things. I tend to agree with staff that with the current health of the general fund, I'm not a huge fan of taking any more money out of, or dedicating any more money out of there right now. What I do want to do is kind of zoom out and look at how do we get the general fund in a more healthy place. And if we start at the million-foot view and look at our revenues, a lot of their revenues we're not in control of, right? We're not in control of how much tax money we receive. We're not in control of a lot of these things. The one thing I do want to understand, which is a significant portion, is our franchise fees. I guess I just don't know the mechanics exactly of how those work and how these projected increases in franchise fees, where we came up with these numbers. Is there policy that we can change to basically boost that revenue from franchise fees? Do we kind of, how would that work? Is that something that's possible?
So I can answer a little bit of it. So the franchise fees it's a percentage. We're actually, there are several that we need to renew or update the franchise agreement, but they're still paying their franchise fee amount. There is a maximum by state law that we can collect, and so when we did the Comcast franchise agreement, we charged the maximum that we could collect. I don't recall where we're at with all the other ones, but my recommendation would be that we charge what we can charge when we renegotiate the franchise agreement, and I think a lot of cities are doing that as well. There's a limit, I guess, is the answer. I don't know if you have anything, you've got
And
something pulled.
the amounts though aren't necessarily anything we can control in this budget that we're talking about right now. Those are individually agreed agreements with
Right.
each.
And the challenge is that it's a percentage of their revenues essentially, and so I could be saying this wrong, but Pacific Power, we have a lot more increased revenue coming in from them because they raise their rates, and we all feel it when we get pay our utility bills.
They're about
So
to do it again.
as they raise their rates, we get more money. So
Are those
Yay, I
increases, and I know they've got another proposed one coming up, are those factored into this projection at all?
They're factored into our expenses where we pay electric bills, but not on the franchise collection amounts. There might be a delay in the collection from when the rates go up, and their rates are planning to go up in January, so that would be a half year. So right now we're projecting basically what we got last year, which last year's budget was smaller than what we actually got. The budget was set too low, so now what we actually got this year is what we're projecting to get next year.
So the likelihood is that we will actually receive more than what's in this projection.
Possibly
is the
for
likelihood.
electricity.
Okay.
Which is the largest of our franchise fees by far, the electric one.
Yeah, so that's good news, right? So that makes this look a little, maybe just a fraction, but a little bit better. The other thing I have in the expenditure section is you have a note here that personnel services are inflated by 5% annually. That, my first thought in my head is that's unsustainable. Because of our lack of control in our revenues, assuming a 5% increase in personnel services, and that's including the police department and admin and public works, and every city staff member, right, is included in those personnel services. I guess my question is, where does that 5% come from? Is that kind of been the norm historically? Is that, 'cause that's my first thought honestly was that's ballsy to propose that, but I think that because that's such a significant portion of our expenditures, and that we need to look at trying to make cuts somewhere to get our fund in a better place, along with the calculated 3% for materials and services. Like, where do these numbers come from? I'm sure we don't pull them out of thin air, but can you give me some history there on how that came to be?
Yeah, the 5% is probably, if you look at the last 3 years of increases, it's probably low because of COLA adjustments that have done in the last 3 or 4 years. So going forward, we don't anticipate probably as large as COLA as has been in the past, but this year there was a 4% COLA. I know health costs are much higher than that. I think 16% is what they went up by. So I wouldn't say it's a crazy number to have 5% for a personal service increase.
Okay, so you're including all benefits and health and all that stuff included in that?
Yes.
Understood. Okay, so I get that, and that makes sense to me. I understand that stuff gets expensive, but as we see here, the math doesn't math when our revenues aren't increasing by a similar amount. And so that's just my main concern is, like, there's something here that has to go, and it's eventually it's going to get to the point where if we follow down this path and we're in the negative by $300,000 to $350,000 every year, I mean, we're gonna have to start cutting FTEs, right? Like, we're gonna.
That wouldn't be sustainable. We wouldn't be able to do that. I would say, we are looking at revenue that we can control, more directly with fees and charges, but economic development, as we have development occur, that increases the tax, the taxes that we get. And so the more grants we get, public improvements we do, development we spur, that will help increase the tax revenue. That doesn't cost anybody more. It's just coming from, the assessed value of the new development that comes in. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
And that was kind of sneakily my point, is that we really need to focus on, as a group and as a city, on that development and doing whatever we can, whether it's infrastructure or zoning or whatever we need to do to spur development and get that revenue coming in, because nothing's getting cheaper for sure. So that's all I had to say, was those couple kind of 1,000-foot view statements of that.
Okay, one more comment about the 5-year forecast revenue. So the property tax revenue is assumed to grow at 6%. So 3% by value, an additional 3% for growth per year. So that may be aggressive, it may be accurate, but we're assuming there will be growth in the future.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't, well, I guess this is a comment and then a question for comments from other committee members. I've talked about this during council meetings, and then I think I said something about it on Monday, but I know I asked in a question about our franchise fees. Member Ben was talking about it. Specifically our sanitary service, so the garbage company, their like main activity is on our roads. And so I've brought this up before. If putting the money directly into a restricted fund isn't maybe the smartest thing to do, then whatever it is that if we put it into a contingency so it is put there so that we can use it, I think at the very least, we need to be putting some of our general fund dollars and specifically our franchise fees into our streets. Like, that's what it's there for. It's there because they're accessing our streets in order to do their business. I've been thinking about this a lot today. So as a property owner and even someone who's renting, you're paying property taxes, whether that's directly or that's through your rent. You're paying your property taxes. And then when you get your water bill, because everybody has water at their house, I figure that maybe there's one house here in town or so that doesn't have their water, but I digress. So you're paying your water bill and you're paying the street fee. So you're not paying the street fee because you're using the street per se. You're paying your street fee because you're paying your water bill. There are plenty of tourists, workers, you name it, people that come in and out of our city that use and access our streets that are not paying for our streets. These fees, even our franchise fees, are paid by the people who are using the utilities, because the franchise fees, like Julia said, are passed on to us. If we raise our franchise fees on our end, they're going to trickle down to us. They're going to raise our rates. So as a property owner, someone who has a dwelling and lives in the city, you're paying property taxes, you're paying your franchise fees, and you're paying your street fee, and it's all coming, it looks like it's coming from different sources. It's all coming from the same source. The point that I'm trying to make here is that your property taxes, we've already been paid. We pay into our property taxes, and that's money that's sitting there. We should be using a portion of that, and I agree that we should be saving a portion of that specifically for our streets. If you're a property owner, you have street in front of your house, you should be able to have the expectation that we're going to use some of that money for the streets. So I think it is our job to put some of that money and say, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling good today. Say that we are going to make that whatever amount it is. I don't really care at this point what amount it is, but we need to say that we're going to use some of that money and not just keep raising the street fees, because we've already been paying into it. You pay your property taxes every year. You're already paying into that, and we're not using any of it. It was stated at a council meeting that for the first 10 years that Alyssa worked here, she's worked here for 22 years, for the first 10 years, nobody did any street improvements. We've already been paying into that. We have to start using that money and putting it towards the streets. So my question is, what amount of money are you willing to put towards the streets from the general fund? Can I just say one more thing? If we're gonna cut our snacks for our work session, our $720 snacks from our work session.
That was just halving it. I didn't cut it.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just start bringing in the snacks, which is gonna cost too much to give us some snacks while we deliberate our city issues.
Hold on, I'll go now.
Okay, now Brian.
All right. First of all, I want to acknowledge staff for their hard work on this budget. I've been on the budget committee how many times for how many years, I don't know. I lost track. Kind of old. But I will tell you, this is the most thorough budget that I've seen presentation-wise I appreciate everyone on the committee that does the scrutiny on this. I think we're all looking for the same thing, and the same issue is streets. We've heard that theme nonstop. We didn't put ourselves in this position. It happened because of previous lack of attention to detail, foresight, whatever you want to call it. And so now we're stuck with trying to get out of it. And yes, I believe there should be a way for us to designate a certain amount of funding each year, possibly from the general fund or possibly from another way to do it. I'm not sure we're there yet. But to have the proposal which we have tonight to move that money based on assumptions that we're going to put a bond in place and then raise the street fee to $10, I'm not willing to support until it goes to the voters. I want the voters to have a final say in that. I suspect that we have support because that's all people talk about is the streets, but I want to put that to the test and actually have that put to the voters and have them have a say in it. If we get a green light from that standpoint, then we know exactly what their wishes are and how to move forward. I don't think there's a panacea for this, and so I think what we've done so far, recognizing the $300,000 you can move around possibly, it's great, but to Julia's point, I think it's an expenditure exercise, really, and that's what the majority of stuff we're looking at, right, is an expenditure from this particular budget cycle. Doesn't mean it's going to be there next year. To the point of the community engagement position, that was a position we talked about last summer, or last budget cycle, and we had some concerns about it. We had concerns about what it looked like, and our concerns expressed where we don't want this person just sitting there doing internet postings and searches and whatnot. I can tell you that it started off slow, but it's definitely coming into its own. To Lance's point, I have the same vision for that, and I've had a discussion with Julia multiple times. And I can tell you that that person in that role has helped me immensely in the mayorship position this last year with a host of things. He's helped me be there with promotions for the mayor contest. He's helped me be there with the RDS folks when we had discussions with them. Just a whole host of stuff. So I see that as a positive, and I see that as a necessity going forward to get our message out and have it continue to be a promotion, not just from particular departments, but actually overall what the city's doing, the challenges that we face. So I'm going to leave that position there. I will tell you that I have a problem with the community grant funding, the way it unraveled. The $40,000 essentially was not, there was no rhyme or reason to the way we give the money out. The folks just applied for it, but didn't have to come before council and say, here's what we're doing, here's our intent, here's our balance sheet, none of that. And that made it a challenge for us to give the money out. And so I would be willing to forego that particular dollar amount, but the rest of it, I trust James, as James is being the finance manager and the way he's looking at this. I trust his judgment. In the grand scheme of things for me, $300,000, it might seem like a lot, yeah, but it's not a lot in the grand scheme of what we're actually looking at from the budget. And that's all I got to say.
You keep that. Looking at the reductions here, most of them I don't see as year-to-year sustainable. They're not changes, they're robbing Peters to pay Paul's. And I don't see this 300,000 being something we can maintain year to year, let alone, or in the next 3 years, let alone for the next 30 that bond would be tying us up for. Kind of how we got here was by people making decisions for long-term decisions, and that we are now kind of getting to fix. And I believe that you guys, as a non-elected member, you guys that have been elected, I believe you guys feel that you have a mandate to address the streets. I feel that you feel that way, and I agree with that statement. I would caution you to remember, or Almsville felt the same way. They passed a fee to give 24-hour policing because they did study after study. There were at least 5 studies that said the community wanted that. They passed it without a vote. Within 9 months, 1 person was left on that committee. Might be something to consider. Yes, you have the mandate, but having that mandate means you have the opportunity to actually involve and include the community in the discussion. Doing it without that does put you in the crosshairs for that. And not saying that you should be bullied or anything. I would suggest doing something more along the line of a levy. I'm not sure what that would look like or how long you can do a levy for, but if we could do a levy for 15 years at 45 million, that would get us in 15 years 80% done, as opposed to the 10 million for 30 years that would get us 12% done, approximately, assuming that there's more money for stormwater, sewer, water treatment that would need to go into that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do think, and I have seen, and I do trust what staff is saying, but I've also seen, like, for example, like the number, it doesn't make sense to me that property values go up 6%, your revenue goes up 6%, and your personnel goes up by 5%, and materials and services go up 3%, and yet you're running deficits like what we saw. Like, that doesn't quite make sense. The other thing that, to me, the reason why I think we're here is because previous councils weren't willing to make bold action. And I think we can have committee after committee, we can have conversation after conversation. And I fully expect that we're not going to make a decision on the bond tonight. Like, I want to, like, just be clear. Like, I don't think that decision is probably going to get made tonight. Like, I understand. I want it to be on the table. I want it to be one of the things that we consider. And I think that our calculus is different than staff's calculus. And I think it's because their job's different. I think our job is a little bit more to take risks, is a little bit more to follow what we feel the mandate of the voters is. I'll tell you what the mandate of the voters was not, to me. The mandate of the voters was not what I'm seeing on this sheet. That's not the mandate of the voters. The mandate of the voters is not, and while I appreciate the community engagement coordinator, and I'm not ready to eliminate the position because they found another way to make the cut, which I appreciate, and that's the reason we thought we should give that staff that job. But that's not the mandate of the voters that I was elected on. It was not to hire that position. It was to fix the streets. The deep cuts that were referenced, that's streets to me. We've been making deep cuts in our streets for every year, and if this doesn't get prioritized and put on the general fund budget, we find a way to give $100,000 to the pool every year. We find a way to get $70,000 to the library every year. We find a way, when a subsidy makes it onto the general fund and you start to set a precedent, you find a way. These will not be referred to as cuts next year. Like, that's just the reality. We're not going to get a cut sheet. If we set the precedent of, like, this is something that needs to happen, this isn't going to happen the same way last year, because it's going to basically say, no, we know what the will of the budget committee is. We understand that this is a priority, so it's going to be seen as a priority. Unless the budget committee says, like, and I'm okay, like, in theory, I'm okay using, like, the street reserve monies that we have first. Like, I'm okay with that in theory. My only concern with that is that the money's just not going to be used towards streets eventually, right? Because it's not locked up and it's not where we want it to be. So that's my only thing. All of this is to just kind of say, when it comes to a levy, right? When it comes to street fees, right? $6 street fee a month is still going to be paying a lot less than a levy for $45 million, right? And I think the chances of a levy passing alongside a library levy and a pool levy, which are both up this May, which is when we probably put this next ballot, I think are fairly low that all three of those are going to pass. And here's the thing, we don't know which one's going to pass. So then you're flipping a coin. You're like, okay, so maybe it's the library that doesn't pass or the pool that doesn't pass, and we have no idea which of those three are going to pass. I think what this does is minimize the effect of taxpayers' dollars. It minimizes that impact, and it sets a precedent for what we expect the general fund to look like moving forward. If we don't make this hard cut and these hard changes now, we're going to get budgets in the future that don't reflect this change in the general budget.
Well, I do like what you said there. I agree with that. I do think we're going to have to make some hard decisions on the general fund and allocate $300,000 or something similar to that every year for streets. And I think we can do that if we make it a priority and we do it. That's what happened with the pool and the police and everything else. We're doing that every year because we just got used to spending that much. But I do think it would be very important to do that to get to where we're going to go. I got a couple questions. So if we did cut this $300,000, where would it go if we were going to use it on a bond at some point? Would it stay in the general fund? Would we keep it there?
You can always chime in too. But you'd have to tell us where, if you wanted to move it to a different fund, you'd have to say that. And as I said, I'd recommend you keep it in the general fund in a contingency line item, but you have the authority to move it to the street fund, just like was done last year as well.
That would make sense. That would probably be the safest thing to do.
Yeah, and that my recommendation is that gives you saves the money, but gives you the time to have a more robust conversation about what you want to do. One, you're making a decision on the budget tonight. You really aren't. This isn't. I don't know that you can make a decision on a bond tonight. You can set direction on where you put the money.
But we could set ourselves up for a bond in the near future.
But if it's in the contingency, it's available. If it's in the street fund, the only thing it could ever be used for is the street fund, and so it just gives you a little bit more ability to figure out how you want to allocate that, if you wanted to do a bond or if you wanted to move it somewhere else.
Okay. And the other question I had is probably for Lance. How many dollars in deferred maintenance do we have right now on our streets? Is it 30 million is the number to come to mind? Because I don't have it in front of me.
You're killing me, Steve.
I know, it was a lot.
I don't have it in front of me.
I know. I apologize for that.
30 is the number that I have in my mind, but that just might be.
That's what I have in my mind.
What I can do is I'll email it to you tomorrow, and if I need be, we can email everybody to let them know.
Because basically we'd be doing a third of the the deferred maintenance we have on our roads with the bond.
We have been working with the utility rate folks for almost 2 years now. We've looked at so many different scenarios.
I know we have.
I cannot tell you. I'm sorry. I can email that to you then.
But I guess the last thing I just want to say is I do really think the streets are the priority, and we have to make that the priority. Whether we, cut other things. If that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. But I think the streets are the #1 priority, and we should fund them. So that's the last thing I got to say.
Thank you, Chair. I've been trying to suspend some of my remarks and opinions towards the end because I've been really wanting to hear some opinions and feedback from Budget Committee members. And I just want to say thank you for all of you who have come here and expressed those. It's not easy to do that. It's intimidating, I'm sure. And so thank you for having the courage and spending the time doing that with us. I'd like to return to our conversation on the cuts. I don't know that I'm really in favor of these wholesale carte blanche, as was sort of previously referenced, but there are some specific ones that I'd like to talk about and see if we can't coalesce around some things. And so the specific one that I'm seeing here that I want to kind of rectify until we figure out what's going on with this is pausing the contribution to the facilities fund. I would indeed like to talk about that just as a line item, because I think that perhaps we can all coalesce around that.
Can you clarify what you mean?
Sure. I don't want to do all these cuts, but that one specifically, I'm interested in making that one. I would also kind of like to get a better read on how the rest of the committee feels about eliminating the community improvement grant, if we feel like that is worthwhile. I'd like to hear more from committee members on that.
If I could just chime in on what that would look like if you're wanting to, again, you're setting the big number, And then I was kind of, this is telling you how I would go about cutting it. Input from the committee is certainly valuable and helpful, so that's, I think, so, you know, essentially if you're wanting to cut but not cut the full 300,000, then essentially a motion would be to cut whatever that amount is that you agree on, and you're giving me indication of what that is. You're not actually voting on what that specific amount is, but I will likely do it because that's a smart thing for me to do.
Thank you for that. So I guess just to clarify the way forward, should I make a motion on these specific line items right now, or should I wait till we make motions on the budget as a whole?
Ooh, I think if you have an amount that you would recommend, if you're wanting to do a cut and recommending a cut, I would say an amount.
Yeah.
And then you could say such as these things. You know, the committee's input will be very helpful for me in knowing where and how we want to cut, but it's the amount that you're wanting to cut that's the most important for the budget process.
I think I understand now. Thank you. So I'll just wait to hear some more remarks and opinions, I guess, on those things.
I was going to remark to what he said.
Yeah.
So regarding the community improvement grant, I did support it quite heavily last year, and hearing that it went to build a mini library was kind of disappointing. Those cost between $200 and $300. I'm kind of spoiled. We have a really nice library. I don't need a mini library down the street. I have one that's within 4 miles of everybody in Stayton. I don't understand the use of with the complete, for lack of a better word, with complete lack of oversight on how that gets spent on it. There's no judgment. It's, I'd like to do this, and it just kind of gets said yes to. That money seems beyond frivolous. I like the idea of the community grant, but if that's the way it goes, it's kind of not in line with what I was thinking it went to last year.
You good? Yes. Jonathan.
I would agree with what Luke said. I like the idea of having the community improvement grants because I feel like those can be projects that the citizens, the people want that they wouldn't normally be able to do, that are getting delivered, and we're having those results within that year. But I would definitely like there to be a little bit more oversight on those so that we know they're really going to worthwhile projects, because I feel like there are things that can be done to improve the community that are things that might not be feasible for a private individual to do or a few neighbors to do, but with the grant they can do that. And so I think that it's something that is worthwhile and does have an impact. So the 40,000 seems like a lot. I saw in the minutes from the last budget committee meeting that was actually raised from $25,000. So I would be definitely on board if there was a desire to reduce that amount. But I think cutting it fully, I would have to definitely put a little bit more thought out and see what are the other arguments are made. So that is my position on that.
Jordan?
Thank you. I would like to see a reduce in library transfer of the $1,100 taken from the general fund and instead taken from the facilities fund. I know that's like a, huh? Well, I don't know. Oh, I said 1,100. I apologize. 11,200. Like, I'd like to see that added on there. And would be in favor of reducing the community improvement grant to $5,000 if we are able to use money from the facilities fund. I'm sorry.
So 5,000?
To
From
5,000.
50,000 to 5,000.
From 40,000 to 5,000. If anybody is amendable to that. And that way, it's a smaller amount of money, and we did get several people who were interested in it, and we, you know, this year we had more money, and the amounts were smaller, so we had a process. We decided that's what they were, and so I think this would be a good way of eliminating those projects that you don't think are worthy of doing.
Ben?
Well, I'm gonna have to remember what I was thinking about now. Community improvement grants, I think, I really liked how the format that we used the first year under previous administration. From my recollection, there was the previous city manager came up with a scoring system. There was a rubric involved that scored each individual proposed project, and I think, I can't remember if we did this or not, but it seems like it makes sense to me to have, like, if you don't meet a particular score, then you aren't considered at all. And those scores were given as kind of criteria that were, you have to meet criteria A, B, C, and D, and the council could then use that scoring system to award monies. And I don't have as much problem with the amounts, because I think, you know, the projects are, you know, varied, and we don't really know what they are until they're proposed. And I think I'm in favor of keeping the improvement grant program as a whole, but I would like to see, as the mayor mentioned, kind of the system we use to grant that money, kind of just tightened up, or kind of put a more strict set of rules around those, so that we get kind of some more substance out of them, I guess I would say. But the first year we did it, I was like, all these projects are awesome. These are good. These are all going to provide value to more than just, you know, the person proposing. And the quality of our submissions this year wasn't the same, and we didn't really have a way to objectively grade them to come up with a decision on the award. As far as the streets go, I think for this year at least, I mean, I would support going with raising the street fee immediately. I mean, I'm going to $8. I think just for the health of that fund, for fulfilling our goals long term, we have to get that fund generating more money. And with the general fund being in the place that it is right now, I'm not comfortable pulling that money out when we're already running a deficit, essentially. So in the meantime, for this year, I would support raising the street fee to $8 and allocating $300,000 from the unallocated money in the street fund already towards capital improvements. I think that's the format for this year that would best serve us until we can figure out how to get the general fund in a better place.
Brent?
Based on that, I think, given the job that the staff has done, and I think they've done a great job, and nobody likes cuts, but we've got to get off the dime. We've got to make a move. And it's my thought that we accept the budget as it is. I agree with the mayor, if it might be best from the council standpoint, it doesn't bother me because I'm on the committee, but from the council's standpoint, to let it go to the public and let them decide. But as far as I can tell, from my own experience and everybody else I've listened to, streets are the issue. And I think we've done as good as we can do this year. And I make the motion that we accept the budget as amended and move forward.
So, yeah, just a clarification, there have been no motions for amendments. So I think at this point, it would be, right now, the budget has been presented. We've discussed a lot of potential modifications, but somebody would need to make a motion to amend it.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So, and the motion is to amend it to what?
To include the cuts as proposed by.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, sorry, so your motion is to adopt the budget with cuts to the general fund as proposed by staff in the table that was handed out this evening.
Correct.
Is that, okay. And put it in the general fund contingency?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So that sounds like a motion, and there needs to be a second.
That's right, David, we're all looking at you. Okay.
Yeah, we still have discussion.
All right,
going.
so the motion fails then,
Okay. So the motion failed,
for lack of a
or
second.
died?
It died for lack of a
Died.
second.
Okay, just for more discussion.
Okay, I'm gonna go here. All right, so Brent, thank you for that. I think you're on the right track. I guess I want to bring us back to this $300,000 mark, because I think that's what Julia's talking about. It was presented by Mr. Sims and by Mr. Giglio to have that be the dollar figure. I think what's before the committee is that the number we're going to agree upon? If it is, then I think it's incumbent upon staff to determine how we get there, as you already did in the proposed cuts that you sent to everybody, which we have in front of us. So I'd like the committee to say if that's what the number we're going to fixate on and stick with that, and if we are, then I think his motion is appropriate. If not, then I think we have to examine it a little bit closer.
I think my first thought would be not about 300,000, but looking at the AC units. Jordan commented on maybe taking that out of the one fund. I'm kind of lazy. I say let's do. We have 3 AC units left. Let's just do that right now and get the 3 done. And that way we don't have to worry about discussing it again later. We can just pull it out of that facilities fund and be done with it. That's kind of where I would be at on that. I'm not sure if passing or suggesting a motion right now to transfer the 33,600 from facilities to the library to do that capital outlay. I'd make a motion for that now. That makes sense.
I want to, I'm going to, can I second it? I'm going to second it so we can discuss it.
Okay.
So now that it's seconded, we can discuss it.
Yeah, so Chair, there's a motion that now has been first made and seconded to move $33,600 from the facilities fund to the library capital fund, library fund.
For the purpose of
AC units.
the AC
For the AC units. We have a second?
Yes, and so I have a clarifying on that. So, James, if I'm correct, we wouldn't necessarily transfer the money. We would have the facilities fund pay for that capital outlay. Is that correct? Or
I think you could do it either way. I like to have expenditures in the library fund if they're for the library. So
Okay.
for the record, I would prefer to transfer it.
okay. I mean, I'm all for that as well. I don't necessarily see a they're only, AC units are only gonna get it more expensive. So, I don't see it really a con to that, and unless it's not possible to do. So.
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Oh,
You've got a lot of
now what?
placards up.
I gotta do
I think these
what?
are for previous, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all from before.
I would like to just make one comment to that, just noting that the library fund has transferred into this account $24,600. But I think we will check with our auditors to make sure this is legitimate to do.
Ready to vote?
Or,
Are you still talking?
just, you're still chewing. Clarifying question. So if we could only do 2, if we can only do 2, then we'll do 2, right? Like, from the facilities fund. However much it. So if you come back and say, the library only contributed $24,000, we can only do 2 of them.
What I envision is, if the budget committee approves the budget, we'll take it to the city council to adopt the budget. If we hear something that needs to change because
Okay.
of auditor input, we will advise the council prior to adoption of the budget.
Thank you.
If I may make a thought, the city's already kind of on the hook for paying, according to the original budget, we're already looking at spending 11.2. Even if we only got the 24.6, that would still lower the other funds by $2,000 for paying or $2,200 for paying for this other one. We could still get all 3 done and make a slight change.
So I hear what you're saying. My thought, though, would be that we reduce transfers from the general fund, because our whole idea is how do we reduce transfers from the general fund. So my thought would be that if we did that, we use the facilities fund's money, that we wouldn't take the 11,000. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. That's just my thought. That's going to be, I guess, another discussion, but okay.
But that's pending your discovery from the auditor.
Okay. So now can we vote?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No. There's people missing. No.
So
Aye.
do we want to do a roll count?
Yeah, you
if
might as
there-
well. Can you rephrase the motion too?
So as I understand it, the motion is to move 33,600 from the facilities fund and transfer it to the library fund for AC units. Pardon?
Close for discussion?
That's up to the chair, I guess.
I just want to know what's going to happen if the auditor says you can't do that.
So then when we come to council with
will
the
correct it?
to approve the budget, adopt the budget, we'll recommend a change.
Okay.
Denise? How do you vote?
Can you read the motion? Sorry.
Sure. Motion to move $33,600 to facility fund from the library fund, or from the facility fund to the library fund for the HVAC.
Just yes or no?
Yes.
Roll call.
You're gonna,
Just, yeah.
add the modification to cancel out the transfer from the general fund then?
Do we need to, or will that just happen?
So is she doing roll call or am I doing roll call?
No, you can do it, or you can do it, and then she can tally it.
She's tallying, okay.
What do you want?
So I just say yes or no?
You can ask each person, and she'll tally it.
Okay.
Can I modify my motion?
You have to withdraw it.
can I withdraw my motion and then remodify it?
Do I have to withdraw my second? So I withdraw my second.
Okay, my new motion would be that we would transfer the 33.6 and stop the transfer of the 11.2 from the general fund.
Okay.
Second. No, I was kidding. You can second.
Where
Second.
would be, if we are not transferring to the library fund, where would that money be ending up?
Back into the general fund.
What line item in the
No, it would just stay in the
Stays in the
general.
general pot.
Yeah.
General pot.
I just wanted to make sure that.
We're not deciding where that goes.
You just go.
Okay.
But did you make it, was there a
Do you
second
have
made?
a,
And Luke, you mentioned the number 11,200, but did you want to go for the full 33? You're just reducing the
goodness.
one transfer from the general fund for this year.
Correct.
Okay, just clarifying.
I'm just saying that since the general fund is paying for it, we should remove that payment from the general fund, so that does allow, that would actually make this cut higher than,
So did you second that?
I did second it. I'm just looking, I'm just curious if the staff has a concern about whether or not we should do that, I guess.
So can Jana come up? And
Yes,
and
please.
add clarification?
Janice, yes.
I just have a question too. I haven't said much. I guess I'm a little thrown off of us doing this here during the, it seems like we've pulled a line item now. I don't know, I'm confused. Instead of looking at the big budget and letting this go to council as an expense that needs to happen, we're kind of pulling line items out. I don't know, is that normal? Yeah, we kind of have a stall here.
Yes, I mean, it is normal to make amendments to the budget during this process.
Yeah, like for instance, the community improvement grant, we raised it from 25 to 40,000 last year, and that was a line item that we chose to do, so.
I didn't know I was supposed to go. Jordan, I'm just trying to figure out, are we taking the 30, this is very generous thing, so I'm saying thank you, but I just have questions, okay?
Yeah.
Like, and somebody called me a word and I might be, but like, are we taking it out of the $70,000 transfer that I have? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because if we have a thing where I'm already really tight and I could decide I'm not doing an HVAC unit and keeping a human, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, like, is it coming out of the 70 or is it the transfer from the facilities fund just paying the like, I'm trying to figure out where it's coming. Because I need it to be a net gain.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be a transfer from the facilities fund to you so that you could do the AC
Okay.
units. It would alleviate
The 11, just the 11.
just the 11.2 that
Okay,
is
that's
coming
what
for
I was
that.
trying to figure out.
It wouldn't, I'm not trying to take any money from you,
No,
just.
I just was trying to figure out if it's, that's fine.
Okay, can I have a clarifying then? Because there is so the transfer into the library is 70,000. So is the 11.2 part of that 70,000?
Yeah, like, it's somewhere, and I mean, it's either coming out of the levy or it's coming out of.
Yeah. Okay, so
Wait, what did James say?
I'm just saying that it's not exactly for the AC unit. It's just 70,000 is a subsidy coming from the general fund to the library in general.
So yes, we're reducing that by 11.2.
11.2 is
So
fine.
we're adding 33.6.
I was trying to figure out if 33.6 was coming out of that.
No.
That's what's happening. It's minus 11.2 from the general, which was gonna be from the one AC, and then it's plus 33.6 for 3 HVACs.
Yes.
Right.
That's helpful. I was just trying to figure out.
No, it is. And if there are, yeah, sorry.
So do we have the correct motion?
Yes.
And we've seconded. We have a,
Yes, John.
No, I seconded it.
Okay.
Okay, I am
Yeah.
just kind of curious, since we did redo the motion, the people that said no didn't really talk about or raise their concerns, and I'd just be curious. if you're willing to share what those are,
I would also.
okay. Thank you, David. I know you don't have to, but I just would be curious. I'd like to hear what you're thinking.
Chair, thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to go ahead and say we could do this on every line item all night long, you guys, and all of us have different opinions and agendas here, and I'm afraid of this being one thing after another, and I'm not even necessarily opposed to it. I just don't want to get into this exercise all night with you guys, and I don't, like, I want to hear policy-wise what direction to go in here, and if there's some specific, I mean, if it's this list of cuts, okay, yeah, but I guess that's just where I'm at, and I'm afraid of doing that all night. Yeah.
I concur with that.
That's what my question was.
Can I?
Can I just, to David's point, the final arbiters of the budget is the council, and so at this point, this is what I'm trying to move it along. The council can make these determinations when it comes time for it at the next meeting. So I think adopting it or whatever modifications you're going to make to the suggested motions up there, we could be here all night doing the line item piece to it, which is going to reduce the total recommendation for the motions. So that's why I was kind of fixated on what's the total number you're going to try to take from the general fund. Is it $300,000? If it is, let's acknowledge that and then have staff come to council with the recommendations on how they get there. That's all I'm saying.
Chair. The reason I pointed that, or I would agree with that specifically, and I pointed out, the two things that I pointed out tonight were that I definitely agree that we need to have even if it's a smaller dollar amount than the 300,000, I feel like we should have money dedicated to the streets from the general fund. I firmly believe that. So I feel like that is something I would really like to, and I can make a motion on that. We're already in one right now. Specifically with the facilities fund, I think that this is something that we haven't really like talked about or really like delved into, and there's a significant amount of money in here that we keep saying we don't have money, but we have money, and it's just sitting there. And if we can use it to take care of 3 HVAC units this year, if we can use it to do our facility repairs in the kitchen here, remodel, if we can use it for our remodel, like, why are we not using it? It's just sitting there. We have gone in a different direction. We're not going to have a new city hall right now. So this specifically, I feel like telling staff that we want to redirect these funds, I feel like is important. So if we don't want to go line by line, I totally get that, but I feel like we haven't done this before, and it's just been banking money, and so now we need to tell staff, no, we don't want to bank the money anymore, we want you to use it. So that's what I feel like we're doing right now.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to agree with Member Ort. I also want to agree with a Member Patty. I don't believe, and I want to make it clear, I am also not for going line by line to the rest of this budget. I do agree that on this particular motion, because I'm in agreement with it, I'm fine moving this forward, because I don't think it really makes an impact either way. I will say that I'm planning on bringing a motion right after this on this that's going to probably amend it a little bit and I think the reason I like having this is it gives us a little bit more information if there's a little bit extra money that we can save for something like a community engagement grant if we don't want to eliminate it completely. That's why I like the fact that you brought it, that it is on the floor, because it says, okay, maybe there's a little bit extra money. We don't have to make all of these cuts, but if there's something that it seems like there's a little bit of consensus, we want to keep some part of that community grant. So this gives us a little bit of money to do that. And so, and that's the motion that I'll be bringing. Then we can have a discussion on that after that.
Ben?
Thank you, Chair. Couple things. Urban renewal. I don't want to get into a big discussion. I don't want. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to get into a big discussion because it's not going to be included in this budget, and I understand that. My only question was that have we done any revenue projections on what that might bring into the city? Just a yes or no?
No.
And you can show me later.
I can tell you, that will be part of the process. You know, if we go through with developing a plan, that will be absolutely part of that process.
Okay.
But we don't, not to any fine degree.
Okay. Second question, back to the street conversation. This is my other concern with this transfer is we did a transfer last year, $500,000, and
Yeah.
I don't think, we're discussing this particular motion.
We have to get to the motion.
We have to call for the question.
Is that right?
Call for the question.
Yeah. So I wanted to call for the question. Let's call for the question. Not that I don't agree with you, I just think that the next motion we'll have that discussion.
So what that means when someone calls the question is the question is called and discussion ends. So that's what, just so you know.
Yes, thank you. So now we can
Now we'll
vote.
vote.
Now we can vote. Okay, so all in favor, is she gonna read I was gonna try to.
Read it one more time, then.
Yeah, I would suggest that she read the motion and then do a roll call vote, if that works. Is that okay?
Okay, there's the motion to transfer $33,600 from the facility funds to the library fund and stop the transfer of $11,200 from the general fund to the library fund. Okay, can I just go ahead and go? Okay, Denise,
Yes.
Damien's not here. Luke,
Yes.
David Giglio,
Yes?
Leonard,
Yes.
Ben,
yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
David Patty,
No.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Brian.
No.
Okay.
You answer
Okay.
for me. No.
Steve.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 to 3. Motion passes 8 to 3.
And if I may, I'm sorry, James just pointed out that that motion passed. We also need to have a motion to amend the capital expenditure authority in the library fund to $22,400 in order to make that motion, increase by $22,400.
So moved.
Second.
Could we do it just, could we just do like a,
Regular.
yeah, call the question, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a,
All in favor?
aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
I believe that was 8 to 3.
Yeah.
You guys were so fast.
I know. Okay, we'll go on to more
Get fast enough to
more
do this.
discussion. Ben?
Okay, sorry. Okay, one more thing. On the transfer from the general fund to the street fund, last year we transferred 500,000. It was not spent. We didn't have the bandwidth to spend it. My concern is that that's going to happen again until we get this new civil engineer on board. And that may not be until well into next year, to where they're up to speed and we're even have something to spend this money on. So I think we should wait. If we want to increase that budget for the fund, we can, I'm totally okay with pulling it from unallocated, unappropriated funds in the fund already. But I just don't think it's gonna help us at all to move that money from the general fund to the street fund this year.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear what this motion is. This first motion is not going to be to move the money into the street fund. It's going to move the money into unallocated in general fund. So I just want to be really clear that that's what this motion is. I want to propose is actually to not go directly off this, and this would just be for the purpose of staff, just so you guys know. Of all the cuts, the one that I don't want to cut the most is the community improvement grant. And because we were able to find a little bit of extra money, I'm okay keeping it at $20,000 and $20,000 for the community improvement grant. So with that being said, that's like the stated purpose of why I'm not for removing it all the way down to the $300,000. So with that, I would like to make a motion to move $292,000 into the unallocated general fund budget based off of the cuts that were provided to the budget committee tonight.
David, if I can make a comment. If you want to use those funds at all this year, you would want to transfer it to the contingency. If you move it to the unallocated, it cannot be touched the whole year
Sorry.
unless an emergency is declared.
Thank you. Let me rephrase that. I withdraw the motion. Thank you. All right. I would like to move $292,000. Actually, let's just say $295,000, just to make that a nice round number. All right. I would like to move $295,000 from the general fund to the general fund contingency based on the cuts that were provided to the budget committee this evening.
I'll second that.
Okay, so discussion. So except for the community grant fund, what you're changing.
Well, we can make that exact determinant at council, right? Because we found 15 or 17,000, but that's kind of that would say my motivation would be to keep 17 or 18,000 that you can still use for the community engagement, the community grant funding.
And just to clarify, so I think we think that Steve Sims made the second, is that correct? Correct. And then, again, you're providing direction on the cut. You can like I said, you can certainly give clear direction on what the intent is, but you don't have to fine tooth it. We'll kind of figure that out and make sure that that when the budget comes to the council that we have the right money in the right spots, but we will make sure that we spend it wisely, consistent with this, but it doesn't have to add up perfectly, I guess, is my point.
Any other discussion? Jonathan?
So I would like to get some clarification on what exactly we are voting on. So I just want to clarify this. So we're voting off of the second cut package that we were sent from staff following those cuts, except we are reducing that amount by $5,000.
Yeah.
In order to have $5,000 plus the $11,200 that we have not transferred from the library for the HVAC to be combined together into a $17,200 community improvement grant.
To clarify, we're not voting on what that $17,200 would technically be used for. We're just providing some, that's the reasoning as to why it was reduced slightly, or why I'm okay reducing it slightly, is because I do in theory like that program, but I do want to see it get better, but I also really want to make these cuts. So what we're voting on is just primarily just that line item, 295, and then the staff would make those specific recommendations to council.
With council, council would have final approval.
Council would have final approval on this
Council doesn't make line item approval either. You're giving me the intent, and staff will ensure that we are spending it in accordance with the intent, but you're not, the council or the budget committee isn't line item approving anything. I'm hearing clearly that you want to keep the community, or maybe want to keep the community improvement grant potentially at 20,000 instead of 40,000 ish. And so that's, we would make sure that if that is continued, that we bring forward a community improvement grant that is within those parameters.
Okay, so the desire to continue the improvement grant is noted, and it will be continuing on by whoever needs to do that. That's all I'm wanting to confirm. Perfect.
Steve?
This is probably a question for James, but the 295,000, we could use that for streets since it's in unappropriated, correct?
Contingency.
You could move it to the street budget later. So it would sit in a contingency. We would not have the authority to spend it unless we got council approval to move it out of contingency. If you wanted to move it to streets at that time, you would do that.
All right, that makes sense, because I mean, we may not even be able to spend it this year unless we have the extra help and are able to plan for it. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
And just to point out, I don't know how generic we can make this motion if you do so, but it's going to touch more than just the general fund because it involves transfers from other funds, including the pool, and because we're, I think there's some public works funds in there because of just how the transfers roll out. It's also going to redo our contingencies and interfund transfers, so there's going to be a little bit of a trickle-down effect that's not going to be meaningful. It's not going to mess with the intent of what you're doing here, but it's going to impact some of the other funds slightly.
Just a question for James on that. Does that mean that, do you feel like what the motion that was said is sufficient for now?
I would recommend that I think we could amend it. Yeah, you could say as outlined in the document.
Okay.
With, that might be clear, and then we've noted that there's been some additional changes in terms of the facilities fund and the intent that we maintain the community improvement grant at a lesser amount.
All right, I would like to withdraw my motion. Would someone like to withdraw their second?
I will withdraw my second.
All right, I would like to reissue the motion to clearly say I would like to amend the general fund budget to move the monies identified in the document that was provided to the budget committee into the general fund contingency, save for $5,887, which would be a total of moving $295,000 to contingency to the general fund. I don't know if that works, but
I'll second it.
Any discussion, Jordan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Okay, not to belabor this point. I guess I'm just a little confused because we spent a lot of time last year talking about whether or not we were going to do the community improvement grant and then raising it. And that's a specific, so Julia, this is a question for you, because you're saying that we can't direct you and tell you what we want the money to be spent on?
Oh, you can tell me what you want the money to be spent on.
Okay.
You're just not line item approving it. I mean, and it's
Okay.
just semantics. You just don't have to necessarily get in the weeds. I take direction from council.
Okay.
And you set the policy and I implement the policy. You're making it clear what your intent is. You just aren't approving it.
Okay. So then I guess my next question is, because I don't necessarily agree with keeping the improvement grant. I don't necessarily agree with the amount. And so when would be the appropriate time to talk about that? Because I would rather see the improvement grant be a little less and then community engagement funds higher, or like keeping those. So that, I don't know if that's what I'm thinking. So I don't know when the appropriate time is to say that.
Those are both general funds, so we don't.
I guess I just want to put it out there in the ether. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think making your intent clear will allow us to adjust the numbers in the proper fund. So the public engagement amount is in operating, not council. If it was all in council, it'd be easy. You would just have it all in council. So I think if you will go into the software and kind of allocate and do these cuts to the funds at the fund level based on the direction that is in this memo or this table. So I think getting some direction on the amount for the community improvement grant will
Okay.
be necessary.
So maybe a motion after this, or,
Yeah, that would be fine.
okay.
If in concept, and then you make a motion that provides intent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Or can I just add to that? At the very least, to add to that comment, at the very least, I would maybe like to see that money going towards something else in here as opposed to the community grant.
I know that last year I spent a lot of time on the community grant. I think it's important. I also want to reiterate, without direction, it's kind of loses its luster and its appeal. So if we don't have a clear structure on gauging and grading our applications, having a community grant is not money well spent.
And
So-
I would say duly heard and noted. I think we got feedback shortly after. I think we all kind of felt that way. It was a late rollout and a quick rollout. And the intent is that if it is approved in the budget, that we will roll it out much sooner, and it will be managed in a way more similar to what was experienced in the past.
Thank you. I appreciate the work you've done on that. And I do agree with Jordan that maybe reducing the 2,200 from, or the 2,500 from the community engagement funds might be something to look into.
James, just for confirmation, what you get, the answers back from the auditor about the facilities fund. When you read that resolution, it sounds like the council has the ability to change that fund that you mentioned, possibly. So, once you get that answer in that direction, that $871,000 becomes available, or does it have to go be transferred back to what it was, the funds that transferred to it?
I would need clarification first, but I think it would become available for repurposing. But you gotta be a little careful because we've taken utility wastewater rate money and now what are we gonna do with it? So we've gotta be careful. Yeah.
Okay, that's.
If I may point out, 31,000 of that from this year is interest, which would be also in some of those places.
I just want to clarify, like, if someone's a hard no because of $5,000 or $10,000, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just trying to find something that's a compromise, and it feels like there's a general agreement about at least a cut that's like at 290 or 285. So I'm fine if someone's like, hey, I'm a no, and it needs to be 10,000 less or it needs to be 5,000 less. I'm fine withdrawing the motion and making that motion. I just want that to be clear now. But otherwise, I feel like these specifics can be handled. I think there's been by council and how we specifically allocate, the specifics.
Yes, I would agree with what Member Giglio just said. If we are only cutting by 295,000 and we're having the money that was going for the library HVAC, that's $17,000. If we would want to even reduce the community improvement to 10,000 from the 20,000 he provided, that would still give us enough money to do refund the community engagement funds, and then there's still $5,000, if I'm doing the math in my head correctly, that could be spent on something else. So I think with the resolution we've already passed and the resolution we are currently debating, there is enough funds in there to have the community improvement grant, which it seems like is something that the committee wants to have along with a few other things that can be dealt with at a later time.
I would like to move the question. All for the question.
No, we're fine.
The
Okay, we're
motion
gonna see if
was-
we can do,
Sorry.
you could do a roll call.
The motion was made to move, to amend the general fund budget to move funds identified in the staff document into the general fund contingency, except for $5,887, giving a grand total of $295,000 to the general fund contingency. Denise?
Yes. I guess we're roll calling.
Luke?
Yes.
David Giglio?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
David Patty?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Brian?
Sure.
Steve?
Yes.
Brent?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Oh, see, we could have done that one.
That's what I was trying to talk about half an hour ago.
I don't know.
What's the number? 300.
Chair?
There it is.
Jordan?
I'd like to make a motion that we set the community improvement grant at $5,000.
It's low.
Fair enough. What you got? Chair?
Oh, did you get a second? Okay.
No. I'd like to make a motion that we set the community improvement grant at $10,000. I'd like to amend my motion to $15,000. Oh, it does.
I think this falls into the line item idea that we were hoping to avoid.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept a budget of $37,911 and $525.
Is it 38?
It's that number minus 295.
Seconded.
So just to clarify, the contingency is still in the budget, so that number doesn't change, right? As amended. Yeah. So I'm sorry, can you read what that says?
Sure, $38,206,525.
Now seconded.
As amended.
As amended.
Seconded again.
Yeah. Just let me a second.
Yes,
Discussion? Sure. Go ahead. Oh,
He wants to call for the question. Other people want to discuss.
Oh, call for the question.
But other people want to discuss.
I'm not sure you can do that. I think you have to have discussion first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that.
You gotta give an
it's-
opportunity.
Yeah, there has to, I mean, I think if discussion continues or people are belaboring their point,
Yeah.
absolutely call for the question, but
That's the discussion.
it's
Yeah.
appropriate for this type of thing to have some discussion.
Do you want to discuss, Jordan, or is your thing?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. So I guess I'm just still confused as to when it is appropriate to fix the community improvement grant total, because we talked about it and made a motion and belabored the point for a very long time last two council meeting. So I'm just curious as to when that is the appropriate time that we should do that, if anyone has a suggestion.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but now we've got a chunk of money in contingency, and part of that money in contingency can be used for the community improvement grant, correct? So in theory, it could be any number up to $295,000 that we decide at a later point, correct?
So, yeah, I mean, last year we discussed it a lot because we were increasing the council budget by a significant amount. And so it was in the council budget and it was raised for, the amount. And so it's really, I think this is a fine time. It's not necessarily line item approval, but you need to give us the intent of how much you want us to put aside for the community improvement grant so that we can make sure that all the other numbers that we're planning on work. So, yeah.
May I ask a question out of turn? What is your view of our intention for that grant?
What is my view of your intention for the grant?
Judging by everything we've said, the community improvement grant, what is your view of our intention? So if you say you guys believe you want it and you're wanting approximately X amount of dollars, then that's kind of what I'm getting at. Because if you tell us what you've heard, then we can address that. Right now, we're arguing amongst ourselves as to what you might think.
It would be, I think, I don't know that I've heard anything consistent. I've heard $5,000 to $20,000, and I've heard the community engagement outreach potentially increasing that. We've reduced the general fund budget by a certain amount, and it would be helpful to have some direction on what the intent is. Again, maybe I'm overcomplicating it. If you want to make a motion, that's fine. It would be helpful to have an intent. But that's right, we already have a motion on the table. So, yeah. That motion can come after you you vote on the motion that's on the table.
Call for the question.
I'm sorry. I actually had a question on the motion. It was just.
The budget motion.
Yeah, the budget amended question, if that's all right. Because we were just said that we were supposed to have a debate, and there was one question that was asked, so.
Yeah.
Well, we're discussing her motion.
No, we're on his motion.
Oh, my gosh.
So then what we have to do now is address the motion in the second and then go from there. Because I just called for the question again.
Okay. David, do you have a question about the budget?
Is it all right if I ask a question on the budget, with the motion that was just presented? I guess this would be more of a point of order, because there was one question that was asked during the debate, but that didn't feel like a thorough debate of the question at hand.
So
someone calls for the question.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if someone calls for the question, you should take the vote. Now that it's been called twice, if you want to have discussion, then vote no.
Well, the only way to do it is have him withdraw if you want to continue to amend it again. Councilman.
You good? You ready to vote?
The motion was made to approve the 2024-25 fiscal year budget in the amount of $38,206,525 as amended. Denise?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
David Giglio?
Nope.
Leonard?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Jordan?
Is it important?
Yes.
David Patty?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Brent? Okay, motion carries 10-1.
Unless Jonathan wants to go, but go ahead.
Jonathan?
Okay, so I make a motion to provide direction to staff that we have the community improvement grant set at $10,000 and also use the transfer $2,500 to community engagement funds. Did I say that right?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
I'll call a question.
Typically, there's discussion.
Yeah, you have to give discussion. Are we good? Okay, do we need to reread it? Do you guys understand it? Ready to vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 Oh,
Steve, Brent, and Ben.
Oh, and me.
So how about this? Can you raise your placard if you are a no?
Can you, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Could you call it, like, do a roll call, and could you just repeat the motion again for me?
I think 12,500 in the community grant, right? Correct?
No.
Total? Oh, I know,
It's-
that's right, the 2,500 was moved.
So we'll let Melanie reread the motion, and then we'll do a vote of either placards or roll call.
Okay, so the motion was to allocate $10,000 to the community improvement grant and transfer $2,500 to the community engagement fund.
And it's not truly a transfer, it's, you cut money from the general fund, but you only cut 295,000 as opposed to the proposed 300,000. In a prior motion, you moved 11,200 from the library fund. So that means we have about 16,200 that didn't get cut, and you've provided direction that you want 10,000 towards the community improvement grant and 2,500 towards the, basically not cutting what I had proposed to cut of the community engagement funds. That's the way I heard what the motion was. So now do we want to do a roll call or just do placards? We'll let the chair decide how she wants to vote.
everybody voted. You
We
know
just
the
don't know
fourth-
what the vote was because,
Anybody that voted no?
We had four.
You had 4 no's.
oh, okay.
Brent, and Steve.
Can I change my vote? Is it possible to change your vote at this point? Since we're doing a roll call?
Either one, yeah.
Just David. David added a no.
I'm saying no.
Oh,
Yeah, can we,
Do the roll call real quick.
we're in the weeds.
Denise?
No.
Luke?
No.
David Gilio?
No.
Leonard Hayes?
No.
Ben?
No.
Jordan?
Yes.
David Patty?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Steve?
No.
Brent?
The numbers aren't adding up. It's getting messy.
6, 7,
go.
8. Motion fails, 3 to 8.
Chair, I would love to make a motion if you would allow me to. Yeah, I promise. Yes, I move that we approve the city's statutory permanent tax rate of, oh my goodness, fired, one job. Okay, let's try it out. Right, no, I should remember it from last year, goodness. I motion to approve levying the city's statutory permanent tax rate of $3.3280 of taxable assessed value. These taxes are hereby categorized for purposes of Article, is that a 9 or an 11 in Roman numerals, 11B, as subject to and within the general government limitation.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, discussion? All in
I'd like to call
favor?
for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
There you go.
Here we go.
I got a motion. Oh, there. Where's the thing? Is there where?
Chair, I got another one.
ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I would motion to approve levying the city's local option tax rate of 50 cents per thousand of taxable assessed value for recreation, parks, and pool. These taxes are hereby categorized for purposes of Article 9, Section 11B, 10, oh gosh. Article 11, Section 11B as subject to and within the general government limitation.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Chair, I have another motion I want to make. Chair, I'd like to motion to approve levying the city's local option tax rate of 40 cents per thousand of taxable assessed value for the Stayton Public Library. These taxes are hereby categorized for purposes of Article 11B as subject to and within the general government limitation.
Aye.
Aye.
Wow. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
David, you okay?
No, because I have
Okay.
another motion to make. So I would like to motion to approve receipt of and use of state shared revenues.
Second. Can I second stuff? Discussion? In favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Real quick, we had somebody not hear the motion, and I'd like to just repeat it before we proceed. So the motion was to approve receipt of and uses of state shared revenues.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Or can I adjourn it?
Yeah, was that the last thing?
Yeah.
Absolutely can.
We are adjourned. I'm gonna have to start going to city council meetings now and see what you guys do with all this stuff.
Which means no